All right. Welcome to the Jarl tier list stream. We're going to talk about some of the cards, guys. And here's the reveal. It's not just me, but it's Aaron Grace, Taylor Crawford, the ones, the onlys, the amazing pair, the duo from North Carolina. Proud to have them on the team. Yeah, that's right. Jarl Gaming. All of us are pretty excited for Jarl, some more than others, But we're going to talk about some of these cards and what you guys should potentially be playing, what you should look at, what you should spend your time testing and figuring out, and what you probably shouldn't waste your time with. So hopefully we can help you guys out, kind of give you some insight of what we've been testing as well. I've spent a pretty good amount of time myself doing some testing with a whole bunch of different iterations of the deck. There's like 17 different versions, give or take, 5, something like that. There's just so many ways to build them, so many like base synergies and like game plans that you're going to be doing, right? I know Taylor's been liking some CYB action, trying to show James White that, hey, this card is still crazy, even if you take away one of the key pieces, right? So, yeah. Just trying to get
Elemental
some.
Guardians just has a crazy card pool, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's never ending.
Not limited.
I know. Yeah, and Earth Ice is one of the best pairs that you could possibly hope for in a more defensive leaning strategy, right? So we'll be interacting with the chat as well. So if you guys have questions or you want to kind of play devil's advocate on some of these ratings that we're going to be giving, we're going to be arguing with ourselves as well here and there, because I know some people think that some things that I consider a staple might not be a staple. We'll see why and where we land. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. The chatter is low, but we're going to get a little bit more into that. So why don't we start with our good old guy Summit here. Okay. So the brand new weapon, one of the coolest weapons in Fab, just in base design, period, in my opinion. Just being able to play a shield and then your weapon like grows in power level. It's not quite as good as Dustblade or anything like that, with the insane scaling or anything like that, but it does have a relevant on hit against certain decks. And it's just a cool weapon. It's super iconic to the hero itself. What do you guys think about this weapon in general? You hit or miss, kind of disappointing, or you think it's just good enough and it plays into him that it's great?
I think after seeing Winter's Well, we understand how busted Winter's Well is when reading this card now.
For sure.
I think LSS knew that no matter what, they probably wanted to give Jarl a two-handed weapon, right? Because
for sure.
Flavorfully, that's just what it looks like he is doing. He's crushing people's skulls and ripping their faces off with this giant cleaver axe.
Yeah.
But they knew that players just really like Stalagmite because Stalagmite is broken. So they wanted to find a way. It's like, how can we give Jarl a really cool two-handed badass weapon, but also satisfy people who are just going to put Stalagmite in their deck because they're tryhards? Right. So they made a two-handed weapon that lets you carry a shield with it. So I think the heavy mechanic is kind of a neat design.
For sure.
It's kind of, self-balancing where the weapon isn't really online until after you've used the Stalagmite, so you're kind of pressured into using both charges relatively early instead of just sitting on it all game, or you give up the ability to use your weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I think the effect, obviously on hit make a frostbite is very strong for a weapon. Obviously it's different than Winter's Wail because it requires 2 cards. It doesn't attack for a breakpoint. But overall, I think it's pretty solid, especially because you're wanting to play Stalagmite for a lot of the metagame. I think one major downside that I've noticed with the weapon is that in endgame scenarios, when you're trading card for card at low life total, having a weapon that only attacks for 6 and requires 2 cards can be pretty tough when you're playing against other weapons that offer breakpoints or can more efficiently attack.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Yeah.
So it being a 6 cost is pretty rough. Right. Now, granted, like Guardian's a very blue dense deck, so you'll be able to attack with it as long as you can keep your 2 cards. But that's the issue, is like keeping the 2 cards sometimes, and you're not presenting anything that is just like an absorbent breakpoint, like even if it's 7, this card would be probably S tier easy, right? Just because you're saying, hey, I'm giving you a breakpoint with an on hit. Now it's better into these aggro decks that are playing a lot of 2 blocks and stuff like that, but like in the more mid-range style of decks with more aggressive things like Brute, who are like aggressively mid-range, I'll call it. It's kind of hit or miss, right? So
Yeah. I think another thing about the weapon that's really unique is it actually forces you to play Stalagmite a little bit more aggressive to
yep.
get the full value out of Summit, which is a really interesting uh, feel to the deck because you in some matches you actually want to get the 6 power online as quickly as possible. Playing against a deck that would like to break like snaps early for value, so you're trying to actively use Stalagmite in weirder places. So it's harder for the opponent to determine when you're actually going to use it instead of using it for the value play as Oldhim used to.
Yeah, I think that's a super interesting play line as well because like you said, you usually sit on your select until it's like the most opportune time possible. But now your most opportune time possible is when you're ready to pivot. So I'm going to go ahead and put it into above average. Do you guys agree, disagree? I don't think it's a staple. I don't think every list is going to actively be playing this. But I think it is a very useful tool for those aggressive matchups and being able to kind of close out a game with relevance without having to rely on your like big guardian attacks that require like 3 card hands and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it's solid. I mean, most decks are probably gonna be playing Stalagmite. So you, depending on how your blue base is built and how your deck is set up, you might not want one of the other small hammers.
Exactly.
So Summit, will kind of fit in there. I think if you play Summit in your deck, it's almost surely not going to be your only weapon, though. So I wouldn't, call it like, oh, this is the de facto, this is what you're playing.
Yep. You'll usually pair that with one of the other hammers. Generally, another big hammer that you can extract more value, whether that's would go again with Anathos or you're playing Tunic Sledge type thing, depending on certain matchups. Sledge with Heart of Ice. We'll talk about all these cards in the future, but yeah, this is definitely not the I'm playing only Stalagmite list. I think that's very, very rare. And if that was the case, this would be an S tier. But to me, it doesn't justify it because you're going to have other things.
I agree.
Yep. All right. So let's move on. Since we've been talking about Stalagmite so much, why don't we just talk about it, right? So obviously, this card has been a mainstay in Ice Guardian for basically ever since it came out into the Oldhim list. Here and there, unless it was like specifically like fatigue style Oldhim with Rampart or something like that. But if you can time this right, this card not only is 3 block value, but it can be somewhere along the lines of 11 or more block value if you can stop like a very critical piece. Like back in the day, it was Rosetta Thorn. If you could stop their one resource and stop the Rosetta Thorn, it effectively blocked 6 and then 5, right? You're playing against Fire or something like that. So I think we can all agree that this card is insane, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's Icelander's hero ability on a stick. The card's nuts.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best equipments ever made. Like, it's really solid. One thing to note with the shield now, if you're playing Summit, is, because you're more incentivized to get rid of it at some point so you can start using your weapon, you can't hold it over your opponent's head as long as you might have been able to in the past, because even though the Frostbite itself can get you a lot of value on a turn, the threat of the Frostbite also gets value just inherently turn after turn, because your opponent has to consistently think about how their turns change, whether or not you randomly decide to give them a Frostbite. So at any point, if your opponent takes a not value optimal line because they need to play around the Frostbite, that's like additional value that you're getting from Stalagmite that isn't like obviously represented on the combat chain. But if you have to blow it sooner so that you can start swinging your weapon, you get that a little bit less. But the Stalagmite's still obviously insane.
Yeah, so obviously this is going to be a staple. I think almost every single Jarl list you're going to be building, you want to try to include Stalagmite, whether it's in the sideboard or main board, depending on what your weapon situation is. But yeah, you're going to want this card, especially into the aggro decks, to be able to have a proper pivot, right? And we'll talk about some of the cards that you can use to make those pivots later on. We're going to have a cards tier list, like deck list, tier list, and then the equipment. But there's less equipment, so we're going to talk about that first, right? So next is kind of like Baby Stalagmite, but in your head zone. This is a Blade Break 1 new piece, but you need to block with an ice card. Well, conveniently, your equipments are also ice, right? So
Mhm.
at first, I wasn't overly sold on this card. I think there's some other options that we're going to be talking about later that are, you know, contextually just as good. But I think in certain variations of Jarl, I think this card is exceptionally good, especially being able to do that with your Stalagmite. Give 2 Frostbites in a turn and almost guarantee that you are ending their turn on the spot. So, first
Yeah,
thoughts.
it's a lot better than you initially think about it. I think it being able to block alongside your ice equipment is a big deal, like you said, and it's something that I didn't even really think about when I first read the card. You have a bit more competition in the head slot for Guardian than you might in other slots. Crown of Providence is just kind of a generic all-star. This deck really likes Coronet Peak in matchups where you're playing Summit because it allows you to have 1-card hands that you otherwise wouldn't have. So if that's your strategy, then that's an important role filler. So certain decks that maybe aren't relying on Summit as much or want more on-demand free disruption will probably play the card. Yeah, I think it's good. I don't think it's
Yeah.
like staple tier, but it's solid.
Yeah, it's
I
definitely a good
think
card. Go ahead, Taylor.
I think that if you are on a hammer that is not Summit, this is exponentially better with
I agree.
so if you're on Titan's Fist Stalagmite, you can give like a double Frostbite at any time, but like that would also require you not to play Summit, so that's like a completely different build. But there probably is a build out there where this is the optimal headpiece,
Mhm.
but that doesn't make it the optimal deck. But I do believe that there is a deck out there that this would probably be the best in slot.
Yeah, I was gonna say this deck or this card, especially in the Armory deck, if you're just getting into Guardian, I think it is a very solid piece. You won't really need to have an upgrade, is what I'm getting at. So, um, obviously, you're going to want to upgrade the actual cards in the deck, get your open holds, get those kind of cards and whatnot. But I think this is a very respectable piece. I'm going to put it in
Mhm.
baseline, just because
Yeah, yeah.
it's not game breaking. It's not a piece that you're going to utilize very many times. But when you utilize it correctly, I think this card is very, very strong.
It's also like additional taxing on your opponent's mental because with the Stalagmite thing, where your opponent has to constantly think about what if you randomly give them a Frostbite. If you play the Olin Ice Cap, now they have to think about what if he randomly gives me a Frostbite? What if they randomly give me 2 Frostbites? And then what if they give me a Frostbite and then I change my line based on that Frostbite and then they give me another Frostbite?
Exactly.
Um,
Exactly.
and like decks where normally they wouldn't have to think about that because maybe they're doing it all on one chain link and you can't block with Stalagmite again. Having it on 2 separate pieces of equipment, now they have to think like, okay, they blocked with Stalagmite and then I changed my line that's like super obviously weak to another Frostbite and then they just block with the Ice Cap and it ruins my turn. So it's putting extra mental stress on your opponent, which I think is like actually pretty powerful.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. The uh, the thought of the trigger is almost scarier than the trigger itself sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're giving your opponent psychological damage can definitely help you in the long run, especially with like professional players that are trying to like figure out, okay, how do I combat all of these different scenarios and do all of the iterations in their head and what that could be. So
If they have Blizzard, Stalagmite, and Cap, what can I do here? Do I play around this for the rest of the game? It's like,
yeah, yeah, for sure, that'll
mm.
totally happen. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All right, our next piece is stock in the Armory deck is I forget the name of it, Rootbound Trunks, I believe. So this card, I'm pretty high on. I think this card is exceptionally designed, especially with like all the options that you have within the deck anyway. Like you already want to be playing a good amount of auras, and that's what it triggers off of. It gives you embodiment of Earth, so it gives you a little bit extra volume for your. It's just synergistic, right? So, and it's also an Earth piece that can play into like a more decomposed pack if you decide to do that. But I mean, in general, like Guardians in the past, they used to play Iron Rot anyway. So this is just like 100% better Iron Rot. You might as well throw your Iron Rot cold foils in the trash. You're never going to use that again unless you're playing some commoner. So all in all, I think this card here, there's a lot of opportunities where you can extract a insane amount of value, especially against the go wide decks, right? And you have a good amount of non-attacks in your deck. It's all deck building constraints, right? So it's probably not going to be a staple because you do have some other good boot options, but it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid.
I mean, the previous Guardian staple boot that people were playing is Civic Steps, right? So compared to Civic Steps, Civic Steps is an unconditional temper 2, which is strong, but it gives a negative effect when you play it, giving your opponent a quicken. And it's something that it could either not matter or matter a lot, depending on what hero you're playing against or at what point you decide to block with it. And in some cases, it can end up being kind of tricky to use. So Rootbound Trunks, let's say at minimum, it blocking 1 is, not really great. I mean, you wouldn't play Iron Rot over Civic Steps. So you want to try and get at least more than 1 block out of it.
Sure.
If you use the text on it, where you get to create Embodiment of Earth, if you block alongside the aura, your boots are basically blocking 2, which is good. I think that a 2-block Guardian boots that does something is as good, at least, as Civic Steps, in my opinion, because you don't have to worry about the quicken thing. Yep. You could potentially get more block value out of that with additional non-attack action blocks throughout the turn. And at that point, if you're getting 3 or more defensive value out of the boots, it's just, it's strictly better. And then the Earth synergy thing is definitely real when you're doing decomposing. Yep. The first decompose, is pretty important to get, if you're unable to fill your graveyard by blocking efficiently, or you just draw your decompose really early, having at the very least, like, okay, I'll just block with my boots just to get 1 extra Earth card in my graveyard, like, really fuels that strategy. Mm-hmm. And the decompose cards are really strong when you're able to do them. So I definitely think it's insane when you're doing the decompose stuff, but even if you're not at a baseline, it's like pretty decent.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the play pattern of this card is very strong in a way that you can block with this and an Autumn's Touch, and then block a Snatch on like an Aurora's turn with a single card from hand, because the Embodiment of Earth. So I think it being able to not only block 2, but block 2 in 2 different positions on the same chain link without needing it to be broken is pretty good. So that's why I'm pretty high on this card.
You also have to have enough auras to facilitate it. I mean, you're probably going to have, somewhere between 3, 6, or 9 as like a starting point in most lists, depending on like kind of what you're building. But you can bump it up or less depending on how much you care about actually getting value out of this. But there's definitely cases where like your deck's not full of auras, so you might not be able to turn it online at the start of the game when you need to, if you're doing the decompose thing.
Right. Yeah, it's a deck building.
It's value. Yeah, its value kind of varies depending on what your deck looks like and how you draw the first couple of turns, because you're probably going to want to block with this kind of early if you're decomposing.
Yeah,
but its floor is not that bad, so.
Sure. You're already playing channels, right? You're playing Channel like Frigid. The other channel, if you're playing this card, I think is a very valuable piece. And like I said, we'll talk about these other cards too and where they rank. But just having those in their 3 blocks, and if you're playing Hypothermia, there's other auras that you can play. You're playing Crumble. That's obviously a staple, right? So you already have 9-ish, and the consistency goes up really high when you have 9, and any more than that, the card is, where it needs to be on power level. Where do you guys want to put this on the list, though?
I would say above average. I would almost want to put in staples, but it's really the configuration of the deck that holds this card back. So I think above average.
Yep. You agree, Aaron?
Yeah, it'd be above average. I would only say it's like a staple if you would just for sure play it, even if you're not decomposing, but I'm not really sure if that's the case. So
sure. Yeah, it's dependent on the build, and like we said, there's like a billion different ways to build this hero. If you're playing more Guardian centric, almost like Bravo, but with added like good disruption card and whatnot, it might not be the card for you, right? You might want to be playing Civic Steps. So, yeah. Obviously, great card. We have good options between the boots nowadays, so I can't complain. I'm a happy Guardian player over here. So the next one, I mean, this card, not only does it look awesome, and I'm a little disappointed it was the gloves slot. I was hoping we were going to get the hat for Jarl because to me that's a little more iconic, but it makes sense when you look at the hero that he has like this glowing glove that it would be that. But the ability on this thing and the fact that ice and earth, and it works in tandem with like your all-in ice cap, and if you play the crust, tectonic crust, which we'll be talking about in just a little bit, it has synergy inherently there. This card is just what Jarl needs to be able to kind of close out games and do something powerful, right?
Yeah.
Guardian definitely needed another temper 2 arms.
Yeah, but this is the best one for him.
This card's sick. I mean, Earth Ice in the text box is like, even if it didn't really have text, is actually pretty relevant. To where like you'd probably play it over the other ones anyways, because like Crater Fist is very marginal in its use case when you're actually activating it, and then the gauntlets of the Iron Will, whatever they're called, they're okay in certain cases. They were pretty good against like Katsu.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Yep.
But generally they're pretty vanilla. So having the element synergies, this fuels decompose. This turns on your Olin Ice Cap if you're playing that, the Tectonic Crust, like you said. It's just very strong. And then the text on it is pretty good. It actually, it's pretty obvious with this Armory deck that they just want you to play Mangle.
Right.
Even though Mangle by itself is a pretty mid card, and I think even when the block card was first spoiled, a lot of people were like, I don't want to put Mangle in my deck. Why would I do that? The card's not even that good. I don't care if you can tutor for it. But then they printed these gloves, and it's like, well, if you're just going to print a bunch of cards that say the word Mangle on it, I guess you're telling me that I should probably like at least think about putting Mangle in my deck. So
exactly.
This is a pretty good effect for Mangle.
Yeah,
you basically build your own glacial, right? If you have like a crumble, you pitch to this, and then you play a Mangle. You got 10 dominate, and also they have a -1 counter on their equipment, which you play your crumbles out and stuff like that. It has an on hit that's like really relevant. It helps you close out games. Like obviously, it's insane in the mirror. A lot of people in the mirror are going to be trying to blow up each other's gloves like as quickly as possible, type thing, just to like lose the value on that. Yeah, and the fact that it's earth as well, not just ice, which obviously the ice has some synergy as well, but the earth, you can block with it in certain situations. You're playing against aggro decks, you can go ahead and get the value out of it to guarantee your decompose, just like the root bound. Right.
I'm not really sure why it's earth, like flavorfully. I mean, I
don't know either. But
well, I guess it involves pitching an earth card.
It does. It doesn't look earth.
Card,
yeah, that's true.
I guess it matters. They had to give Jarl something to do with earth, or else he would have just been a nice hero, right?
Yeah, and Clad's a good point. You can also filter with it too. So like one of the big issues, at least for Victor in the past, if you're trying to play Anathos, you didn't have like an outlet besides playing a Go Again card into attacking with your Anathos. Well, you can actually pitch into this filter and then come in for 6 in like a mirror situation. And turn 1, obviously, you can filter, get some of the cards you don't want to see just yet. Like you pitch a block card because obviously it's turn 1, you haven't done anything. Get it out of your hand and then like attack and set up a good arsenal, get something better the next turn.
Yeah, it definitely gives you a lot of options to filter without letting your opponent filter.
Right.
With Coronet Peak 2, if you're playing that, you can target yourself, kind of like what Icelander used to do. It's kind of cool in this deck actually, because you can like turn 0 if you have nothing better to do. You can Coronet Peak yourself and like discard an Earth card.
Yeah.
If you want it, or just anything if you want to get your decompose going.
Exactly.
So that in combination with gauntlets, it gives you the flexibility. But yeah, definitely you're definitely gonna play this, so I'd say it's a staple.
For sure.
Staple.
Yep. Honestly, more of a staple than Stalagmite. But either way, I mean, they're both insanely good cards. You're going to be playing these.
Play both. How about that?
Yep. Just do it. More health on board with disruption and like payoffs, obviously. So Tectonic Crust is the new chest in the deck as well. The art on it is kind of weird, but it looks like somebody.
I think it's ugly.
Yeah, exactly. It's like somebody made a cosplay, put a bunch of styrofoam on, and just like slap some green on there, and it's like, all right, we're here, we're doing it. This is it. But the effect is actually pretty good. It's another Temper 2 chest. It's Earth, and whenever you block with an Earth card with it, you get to make a Seismic Surge, which is kind of like if you're playing a bunch of Guardian attacks, a on-demand Tunic counter. Right? You can play these 4-cost attacks in your deck and actually get a payoff whenever you need it. Like Mangle. That's right. That's right.
Wow.
And because the gloves are Earth, they trigger with this. So inherent synergy on board. It's not like, oh man, I drew the wrong hand. I have a bunch of Guardian Blues that aren't elemental, and then my one choke slam. Oh wait, let me just block with my gloves. Block with Tectonic Crust. Okay, now I play this choke slam. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, it kind of lets you play a deck list that curves out with tectonic plating without needing as many surge makers, as we'll call them, because you create your seismic surges when you need them, and you can do it reactively, right? Where tectonic plating, you have to have a play that gives you an extra resource to sink into the seismic surge, and then you need to have an outlet for that on the following turn. Here, you just keep playing your, resource neutral hands until you need that extra +1, and then you get to block with your chess piece, and on demand, play your 4-cost with 1 pitch or your pulverize or whatever you're doing. And even if your hand maybe doesn't want you to block, like maybe you have an Earth card in your hand but you don't want to block with it, like you said, you can always pair it with the gloves so that you can get your seismic surge without needing to actually like remove a card from your hand if that is the turn you want to do.
Yeah.
Cool. Where you guys want to put this one?
Baseline?
That is also my choice. See, we're firing on all cylinders. We're on the same wavelength. That's good. That's good. It will change soon. Don't worry, guys. We'll have some debate.
Oh yeah, we will.
There's a lot of really good chess piece, so it's kind of hard to like just throw it like really highly because the other effects on the other chess piece are also very, very strong, and like depending on which one you want really depends on what costs your deck is set up to accommodate for.
Guys, we forgot Helm of Eisen's Peak. I think we have to end the stream. Come back later. Put it in there. Make sure
they need
that
to
we
run
talk
that,
about
so that's like a cool ice card, right? It's Eisen's Peak.
That would be cool. Yeah,
flavorful.
Exactly.
Yeah,
All right,
cool. Boo.
We'll do all of these just to kind of increase some efficiency here. So obviously you got your Norrin. You can put Robe in here, but let's be real, you're not playing Robe when you have something like that. So the Norrin pieces, obviously things that we want to have in the deck, at least in some capacity, depending on what slot you want to do, is going to be dependent on your equipment layout and the way your deck is built, right? And how it synergizes with your structure and whatnot. So let's talk about the boots first, because I personally think these are the strongest option. Hopefully you guys agree. If you don't, tell everybody that I'm wrong.
Well, Norrin is always just like, what is the least important armor for the matchups in which you need Arcane Barrier for, right? So you need AB versus Runeblade and Wizard and I guess Prism. So if you look at Runeblade, most of the time you just need AB1. So the least, and Runeblade attacks you physically, so your armor actually is useful. So the least important armor piece is usually your boots, right? Because you're not going to play Lantern because your shield's really good. Your hat's better than your boots. Your gloves are better than your boots, and your chest piece better than your boots. So no rune boots is like kind of your default for the Runeblade, and you need Arcane Barrier for Runeblade. So you're definitely gonna play no rune boots. So I definitely think that's like the highest value one. Beyond AB1, it really just depends on how much you're respecting Wizard and how much AB you need into Wizard. We're in a meta right now where like Kano isn't very highly represented. So, and if you think that you need like several points of Arcane Barrier to beat Kano, like is that worth the deck slots? I don't really know. it's kind of mid to do so. I don't think there's anything other than Kano where like more than one AB is like deathly important. Like maybe Verdance, but again, Verdance isn't super highly represented either. So the gloves and the hood and the lantern really just depends on how your deck is built and what wizards you're trying to respect.
And this will be easier to categorize as well whenever we get into a more solved, defined meta. And we'll be able to know whether we want AB3 or whatever into these decks. If Verdance comes out of the woodworks and they're like, hey, this is the best deck because, Jarl is really good and Verdance is really good against Guardian. Maybe we need to start playing AB3 to have a chance into that. Now, Taylor, play devil's advocate on why this is not the best.
I actually, depending on the meta, of course, I actually like Heart of Ice.
Just as
I like Heart of Ice.
Period.
Yeah. Well, no. It's like if I'm playing against a Runeblade, of course I want the boots. I mean,
Okay.
but like, yeah, like I'm talking strictly into wizards and D-react heroes. I actually would even play Heart of Ice into Enigma. To be honest with you,
For sure.
there's like, I mean, I'm also a big Heart of Ice guy. I love Heart of Ice. I think Heart of Ice is underused. So like into Ira, Enigma, and Kano, and Verdance, I would be running Heart of Ice.
Sure. So
yeah, like you're never gonna play No Rune Robe because I mean, Heart of Ice is just No Rune Robe with text, and like the text is sometimes useful beyond Arcane Barrier stuff. So
I'll play devil's.
Just like
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'll play devil's advocate for myself. So the reason this might not be a staple, which I'm going to go ahead and put it up to staple because it is typically the best option, is if you were playing something like Well Grounded and you need to have just like one piece of AB in addition to like Heart of Ice or something like that. I think these other options are very useful in that case. Probably more so the hat because your gloves, like we were talking about, is just so critical to your game plan in a lot of ways. But in general, I agree. I think Norrune boots are the best one because your weakest slot inherently is going to be the legs, right?
It could also depend on how important decomposing is for your strategy, right? Like even against a rune blade, if you think that like I really need to decompose to get my engine going, then there's a shot that like you might just play Null Rune Hood into a rune blade, because you need the earth boots. Or maybe the reaction damage percentage from Well Grounded is like important enough to want that over whatever headpiece you're playing. So, I mean, I could see a world where like you could choose to even not play Null Rune boots. So, but it's all very contextual. So,
but I'm putting it in staple. If you guys disagree, speak now, or we're gonna leave it there.
I mean that's fine. The question is, do you just put all Null Rune in staple, or do you like
I don't think
put them down and like does it really matter the distinction that much?
I think they're all above average or higher, but I think one that you almost always will have in your list no matter what, because you have to be able to have something into the rune blade specifically. I think Null Rune Boots is just like your go-to.
Sure. I think Lantern's the worst one.
So I agree.
I would put Lantern below the other ones.
Yeah. So I say conditional for Lantern specifically because like you need kind of a tailored list. Yeah, you heard me, Taylor. A tailored list that like is playing more like Titan's Fist style game plan, because you don't really want to play Lantern with Summit like when you're playing against.
Whoa! You can just cash it out.
You can cash it out, but I feel like that is a losing scenario if you're playing against Wizard, right? So for sure. And this is the only reason you would play it is like against Wizard. So I think that it is conditional if you're playing something like Titan's Fist, that's your main hammer, and you're playing it with Stalagmite, and you don't need Stalagmite against Kano. Obviously, you swap in the Arcane Lantern, and then you get to keep your other kind of better equipment pieces that have something to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of the times when you might play like a big hammer into a wizard anyways. So
Exactly. Yep. So talking about the big hammer, we got Anathos, and I'll go ahead and put Sludge in here as well. So let's talk about Anathos first. And kind of the way that this needs to be built is kind of, you have to build around it. Like the way that Jarl lists that I'm seeing and that I'm preferring, at least on a competitive standpoint, aren't really built to utilize Anathos to its full capacity, which would be with Zealous Belting and a bunch of 3-cost or higher blues, because you're playing things like Channel Lake Frigid, you're playing Channel Mount Eisen, you're playing Crumbles, you're playing Pulse of Eisenloft, Winter's Bite, Winter's Grasp, stuff like that. And all of those are less than 3, which is just counterintuitive to the Anathos itself. That being said, if you're playing a more Guardian-centric, I think Anathos is literally your best option when you have more poppers in your deck and you're playing 30-something poppers. I think this card is obviously where you want to be if you're playing that style, which might be the only way to beat Enigma in the future, right?
It's kind of the strongest hammer in a vacuum.
For sure, for sure.
But again, because very few of the ice cards pitch for 3, and if you want to build in a way that utilizes ice cards, like you said, you're not going to have it turned on enough to be worth it.
Right.
And then you're giving up Stalagmite whenever you register this hammer, so that's also another consideration.
Right. Exactly.
So it's obviously very, very powerful, but how often are you going to be able to fit it into your build? Like, I don't know.
I also think that decks that play Anathos are weaker into new just because of how they're built, which makes me already off of the Anathos.
Yeah, if you're playing all the big blue Guardian attacks,
Yeah,
your
it's
new
just-
matchup suffers a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But to be fair, near the end of Oldhim's lifespan, Anathos Oldhim was a very popular way to play the deck. So there's always like that potential.
But that was more of like Oldhim was cosplaying as Bravo type situation. He was playing a bunch of like 3-cost cards, which makes sense for this deck.
I mean, Jarl can do that too, right?
He can,
yeah,
and
but
that's
Justin
what I was
also
saying.
mentions. Yeah, Justin also mentions that the gloves are a sneaky way to use Anathos.
Right.
Yeah, that's nice.
For sure. So to me, I don't think this card, obviously it's not a don't play. I think this card is powerful in a vacuum, like you said, but I think it's closer to something conditional or baseline. I almost feel bad putting it in conditional, considering like it is such a powerful weapon in its own. So if you guys think it's baseline, I can concede that fact.
I don't think it's baseline because like
I don't think it is.
baseline is showing that like these are the standard cards, and I feel like Anathos is not the standard. You can build your deck that way, and then if you built your deck that way, it's like definitely above average or staple for that build. But I think that because that build is so specific, the weapon itself is conditional.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
I like
talking about the cousin of Anathos here, we got Sledge of Anvilheim. Just costs 1 more, but it's always 6. You don't have to worry about your blue count or the way your deck is structured. It's just a good value weapon. When paired with something like Tunic or Heart of Ice, you can pay that extra resource and then be able to guarantee I'm going to attack you for 6 type thing.
Yeah,
I think this card is baseline.
Baseline.
If you need a big hammer, which most of the time Guardian does, either for the mirror or for matchups where you need to be aggressive, this is definitely the most flexible one to do so. It doesn't. It's the only hammer that doesn't care about what your blues are, so you can play it in any build basically. You want Tunic a lot of the times with it, especially in matchups where you're trying to maximize value, because the 1-card 6 with a Tunic counter is just super powerful with it. Or if you're being extra aggressive, having something to do with the extra resources, if you do pitch multiple cards for it, is pretty good. Either like Pummel or a Go Again attack or Heart of Ice or
Count
something
your
like that.
blessings.
Yeah, count your blessings. Super based aggro card. Yeah, I think this is just like, it's a lot more flexible than Anathos, even though like I would say Anathos is a better card most of the time. It's a lot less restrictive, so I would put Sledge in like baseline or above average probably.
I lean more towards above average, but it seems like you guys are more baseline, and I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Okay.
I don't know. We put Summit in above average, right? So, like, are we saying Sledge is worse than Summit? I'm not sure.
Like, yeah, that's another thing to think about, right?
I don't think Summit's the best Guardian weapon in Jarl, so I would say, like, it and Sledge has got to be equal, right?
You also want to take into context what chess pieces you're playing in this build. Because, like, if you're playing Tunic in your AD, Sledge is easily above average.
Right.
But if you're just Barkskin or Crust, then Sledge is almost don't play. So it's super contextual to what you are playing in your chess piece.
Yeah, it's almost like a package. Like if you're going to put
Yeah.
Sledge in your sideboard, but you're not like a main Tunic deck, then you kind of have to put Tunic also in your sideboard. So
Yeah.
For sure. So let's talk about we'll do last weapons in just a little bit, and these are kind of similar in their own ways, right? These are all the one-handed hammers that attack for four, but with some kind of stipulation, right? So Titan's Fist, generally the most consistent. There's no downside to this. And then the new Earth Hammer is pretty similar to that, but you have to kind of build your deck into a certain scenario to where it is a little more consistent. You can be a more Earth heavy Jarl, which kind of counteracts like your hero power in a way. So I'm not like huge on this card. To me, I think Titan's Fist is the best one. I think Miller's is actual trash. Do you want to go ahead and put Don't Play in there? Like, this card's impossible.
Miller sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miller's don't play. I mean, just instant off the bat.
Yeah.
It's also like clash. You're not getting any benefit from just clashing,
right?
And you're like fatiguing someone with a small hammer isn't really your game plan ever. So
definitely if you're playing a bunch of thunks and wallops and stuff like that in your deck, well, first off, your deck probably is bad. So, like, for you to be able to utilize a hammer to play a bad deck, like, it's just not great, right? So this one's off, but these two are actually very respectable in the overall context of how your deck is built, right? Titan's Fist, again, I believe is a little more versatile because you're going to be playing cards like Autumn's Touch that's already kind of in your package. You're playing Fruits of the Forest. You're playing Frozen to Death, the new ice card, which is also a 3 cost, so on and so forth. Glacial Footsteps. Like, you already have 12 cards just out of the ones that I mentioned that work with Titan's Fist, whereas the Redwood Hammer, you only have like Crumble, Autumn Touch, Fruits. If you're playing Sotomorrow, like they're comparable, but I think Titan's Fist is just a little bit better, just slightly.
I think it would be very odd to have a deck where you have more Earth blues than 3-cost blues in it.
Exactly. Yeah.
One thing to keep in mind though is that it's not necessarily that just whatever the total number of hits, so to speak, is strictly better, because you have to think about what cards in your deck are the ones that are turning these on, and how likely are you going to want to keep them versus block with them, right? Because, like, if you're in a play pattern in a turn, right? Let's say you want to block heavily, and you want to pitch to swing your hammer. Well, if you have like 3 blocks and a 2 block in your hand, you probably want to block with your 3 blocks and then pitch your 2 block to swing your hammer, right? You don't want to block with the 2 block and then pitch a 3 block. Well, if most of your 3-cost cards are your 3 blocks, and then the Earth cards are the 2 blocks, it could be the case that like you have more hands where you want to block with your 3 costs and then pitch your Earth card because it doesn't block well.
Sure.
And in that case, you could actually make an argument for like the Earth Hammer being better, and not because you have more Earth cards in your deck, but because it's more likely that the Earth cards are the ones in your hand that you want to be pitching. So I don't think the Earth Hammer is like strictly worse, but you'd have to really sit down and like think about how your deck plays, and I would say it's more likely that Titan's Fist is better.
Yep,
I agree.
Okay, I'm gonna put these in baseline unless you disagree, just because I think these other ones are generally the ones people are going to be leaning towards, but I think these have more than enough merit to be able to play based on deck construction.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
And it's like if Summit's like not good, or you don't want to deal with Summit, and like Stalagmite's just that busted, then you're probably going to play one of these small hammers. Or if you find that there's a helmet that you really, really want, like maybe Olin is just like way better than we're giving it credit for, and like you just don't want Coronet Peak, but you really need a 1-card hand, then you just give up Summit and like play one of these small hammers.
Right. Yep. I agree. And Titan's Fist is obviously very good in like the more Guardian-centric build that you would be playing Amethyst with as well. So that's something to keep in mind. These would go up to probably staple tier if you were playing something similar to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rampart, I personally am in the camp of I'm not going to play this card. I'm going to put it in don't play situation. That this was just my list, but Taylor is just so gung ho about some CYB that it might make sense that you play it in your CYB deck. So I can't discount it immediately, but I think this card is actually very poor. We don't have Crown of Seeds. We don't have very many Mechanologists that we're going to be that afraid into because we're going to be playing so many ice cards and hypothermias that like this card isn't going to give you a significant amount of advantage, in my opinion, at least in those.
So my devil's advocate on this card is that I still think CYB is very playable, and having Coronet Peak is very good in a CYB deck to keep your opponent's hands off of 5-card hands, so you can efficiently play a more fatigue style base. So with Titan's Fist, of course. I firmly believe that that is a playable style that we will see eventually.
Sure.
Maybe when they unban the blue CYB. But I am a firm believer that Rampart, CYB, Fatigue, Jarl is a playable deck. Maybe not the most optimal, but like it should be conditional. Like what decks in the
Even when
meta?
you're playing CYB, is like, do you really need Rampart? Like,
Yeah, because you can cover like Snatch with you can cover like a Snatch a little more efficiently and stuff like that. I mean, because you want to eke out every single point of value, so you Oasis and stuff like that. So like even if it's just one, it's worth the value.
I guess if you're like full staunch Oasis, like you're playing all the
Yeah.
other cards that can
Turn
go
timber.
with Rampart,
Dude, I'm
then
telling you, man.
I guess sure. I don't know. I was thinking like what if you just played like Stalagmite and then like normal cards, but you just threw CYB in there?
Yeah.
Maybe that's
I
bad.
think
I
this
mean,
is
like-
the only deck that could possibly play Rampart with some sort of like, justification. Is the CYB style deck?
Well, because like you have to think about it. Like your disruption is like, okay, I'll activate Coronet Peak. You get down a card, so you're playing a 3-card hand. I'm playing CYB. So let's say your turn is, you're playing against Zen. It's a 3-2-4 with like chase at the end or something, or spinning wheel kick. So you can block 3, take 2, Rampart, CYB, block for 3 with another card, and then you have a 2-card hand back. So it's like you can outvalue aggro with just Coronet Peak, CYB, Rampart, I believe. I mean, of course, you probably want Tunic also, because you're probably playing Oasis in your deck. I would like.
For sure.
To me, it just seems like a card that if you are playing Fatigue, out of all the Guardians, he's probably the best Fatigue deck. I think he's probably better than Bravo now without the blues. So you should just be playing Rampart in that Fatigue style Jarl deck.
You definitely want Tunic because of the situations where you have a bunch
Yeah.
of 3 blocks in your hand. You can use Rampart to stop a breakpoint Tunic counter.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, for sure. For sure.
But like, if you're playing a Fatigue Guardian with Count Your Blessings, I think he has the most potential to be the best because of his card pool is so deep.
Sure.
And like you can play like.
So then it's just a conditional card, right? Like if you're playing the CYB full fatigue,
that's what I'm saying.
It's
like
really
if your
good.
deck, if
otherwise
you're
not playing it.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't say it's a don't play because I think that there is a build out there that would use Rampart efficiently, and it'd be the most optimal thing.
Yeah, Pierre said you see the biggest card pool in the game and you default to CYB Rampart. Bravo style classic. Oh man.
Yeah, because I have the most disruption. I have the most disruption. I was like, I can play Channeling Frigid? Sweet.
Why play bad new cards when you can play broken old cards?
Yeah, true.
Dude, my hands decompose for Felling the Crown when I have a 2-card hand to come at you, to have you have a 3-card hand. I can play Rampart, CYB, Titan's Fist you, Arsenal, another Count Your Blessings. Like, the play patterns fit him pretty well.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll play it only because I have a gold Rampart. That would be the only reason. We'll see. We'll test it out. And we'll put it through the ringer. The other issue is for us to have
reason as any.
Yeah, for us to have a proper amount of testing to actually justify this deck, it would take longer than Jarl will be legal. So that's my
That's
other
fine
thing.
though. I'm just saying. We know the package is good. We know it's good. Like, so why is having more cards in your pool not make it better?
Can't play the blue one anymore. What
I
do you
mean,
mean?
I don't
It's dead.
disagree with you.
Oh no! I'm
It's
still
just
going to be getting a crap ton
CYB
of
is the
value.
most boring play pattern ever, bro.
I
It's
don't.
so
I don't care if it's
boring.
boring. I want to win.
If you
I wanna
win, if
the
it
game.
wins, sure. But if I like barely
I don't
win,
care
I'm
if
not
I'm
gonna play it,
snoozing for
right?
7 rounds. I just want to be top seed.
No,
Okay?
your actual game plan is to just hope your opponent falls asleep. And
That's fine with me. If I win the game, that's a win. I
Yeah,
don't care
yeah.
if I'm falling asleep or they're falling asleep. My goal is to get the dub.
All right, fair enough. Okay, I can concede that it's probably conditional. I don't think it's a don't play
Thank
for
you.
sure.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted.
All
Okay,
right, all
we're
right.
good.
You Taylor's the real winner at this point. Okay, Grander's Fist. I'm gonna say it. It's just a don't play. You have literally this, and it's just worse than playing the Gauntlets of Iron Will, like, into this situation. Like, if you're gonna play something that capitalizes with your crush effects, the only crush effects you're actively playing are Mangle at this point, and you have the better option that costs less, that also has added benefit. Like, it's not close, right?
No.
Oh yeah, you don't just play Boreal.
No. Rip Crater Fist. I have a cold foil that I played for a long time, and then they just keep printing better cards, and now my stocks are down. My portfolio is bleeding. It's the worst. It's the worst.
It's like all the cold foil no rune havers whenever they print like class AB.
Exactly. Yeah, I have those too. So, but hey, I'm still using them here and there. They're still pretty good, and they look cool. You know, that's the important part. I'm having fun. I'm looking at shiny shit. It's awesome.
Like, is that extra text on the class AB like really better? Sometimes
Maybe.
it is. Sometimes it's not.
Usually it is. Especially
Usually
when,
is.
like
Lightning
Starvo.
Boost is pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Starvo has no room boost that block. That's crazy.
Bullseye Bracer is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not always though. Like the stilettos, the illusionist ones are really bad.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, now that you have the gloves, it makes sense. But Gauntlets of Iron, since we're talking about these, this is also a don't play, just because you have the other better option, in my opinion. You could say there's an argument for conditional, but I would argue with you that there's not, because you have these. So, you guys disagree at all?
I mean, it's like a meta thing. If a very popular deck like cared about +1 attack reactions like constantly, you know, that like if Katsu, right, was like old Katsu with bonds and ancestrals and breaking scales and all that, if that was like a S tier deck and you really needed like as many tools into that as possible, then yeah, I could see like playing this. But
yeah, I would say it's conditional, but like right now it's don't play, but in the future it could switch to conditional.
Yeah. In this context now, there's no shot in any world where I register anything but
right now.
So yeah. So I mean, there's some context ones here, like the base. Let's go ahead and talk about it now. I think this card isn't a don't play, but I do think it's somewhere along the conditional, specifically for something like Enigma. There's like a Guardian-centric build that you would rather play this than something like Heart of Ice. I could see it. If it's more valuable, it needs to be tested. It worked with Oldhim. It worked with Bravo back in the when I was playing Bravo and like Battle Hardens and stuff like that, right? But it's lost a lot of stock, and the Jarl just struggles into illusionists in general, anyway, depending on the build, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't even know if like Vambrace is actually actively helping you or not. Like, I could see it's just being strictly worse. Like it can come up, but like you have to have the extra resource, and they have to not be blocking.
It would be in like an Anothos build,
anyways.
Specific. And you would play this over Heart of Ice, is what I'm saying. You wouldn't play both at the same time because you're running out of resources. So it's like, is this better than Heart of Ice? Probably not. But in that specific matchup, it could be. In that, if you're doing it for Enigma and you're like, I need something, it could be okay.
I think if I'm playing against Enigma, I'm just praying that they just draw the worst hands ever.
Exactly. Exactly.
I
mean,
don't think
that's the
Vambrace is
hope, right?
saving me.
You draw the best hands and they draw the worst hands, and that's how you win.
Yeah, like that's just it. I'm just gonna
For sure.
pray.
Okay. So do you guys actually believe this is probably a don't play in this situation?
I don't think it's that good. Like, the problem is, like, you cut all of your armor because you want to play, like, aggressive armor pieces, but then Enigma just goes, like, Mirror Guy CNC, and you're like, man, I really wish I had armor. Or Prism throws, like, a Herald of Erudition without Phantasm, and you're like, maybe I shouldn't have cut all my armor.
Yeah.
And you're also losing the gloves, being able to dominate and do plus
Yeah,
10, or not plus
you
10, but
lose
plus 2
your
toward 10.
yeah, your mangle power. Like,
Right.
fused or like 10 dominate is probably as effective as you're going to be to like be able to clear.
Right.
So losing extra copies of that with your mangles is actually like maybe kind of a big deal. So
I'm okay
I
putting
don't-
it in don't play. I don't think it's great.
Yeah.
You just lose so much value here when you do that. Yeah.
Yeah, like Vambrace is better when it can be threatened on like multiple attacks. Like, it's effective in like new versus Enigma because you have to worry about it when they throw their dagger, when they throw their second dagger, when they throw their stealth card, and then if they go again, throw another attack. Like, you have to constantly consider it. Whereas like Guardian, most of the time it's just like throwing one big thing at you, and it's like either you block it or you don't. Like, you would have, for it to be good, you would have to only be able to block like all but like one of the damage, and then like that one extra +1 damage effectively that it gets would like kill a ward that otherwise wouldn't. That's like really important. So seems kind of bad.
Let's go ahead and get gauntlets out of the way. The specific situation with this is it would be like a Katsu style thing where they have to do a combo and the deck just got crazy and buff, but like honestly it's not real, at least in this meta it's not playable over the gauntlets, the new ones.
No, without bonds, like,
Right.
it loses it. It's like good against Bolton, I guess.
Yeah, there is a variable like if Katsu became like just crazy S tier, that this card could be good, but it's right now it's just not even close, right? And I think this deck would probably be pretty good against Katsu anyway because you have so much ice and
We're just
disruption and stuff.
We're just waiting for the reprint of Voltaire. That's when that card comes back out.
Yes, for sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
there
we
is
that's
a
what I'm waiting
potential.
on.
Bolton shot.
You do? Oh yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
They're
This
never
one
reprinting that card.
I
Shut
like
up.
pretty well. So Plume of Evergrowth, you know, like with me playing some Florian lately and doing some sick tech with that and being able to get back your Summers Falls and your Seeds of Tomorrow and all this kind of stuff. I've got a little bit of a fondness for this card. You can also get back your Felling of the Grounds and stuff like that. Just get them back and start slamming stuff. And it's good against Wizard. It has utility into something like Enigma because like who wants to Eyes and Peak or something, or not Eyes and Peak, but like Coronet Peak into Enigma when they're just going to be like, okay, cool, yeah, I'll pay 1 and then play my 2-cost aura, pass, whatever, you know.
Yep.
So
Plume's a really good effect. I mean, it's like
it is.
You just you trade a card in your hand for whatever the best card is in your graveyard, right?
Right.
That's Earth, and that's a very powerful effect. It's just it wasn't viable before Rosetta because there just weren't good Earth cards. But now that there are actually strong Earth things that you want to play, like your Felling of the Crowns and stuff, it's definitely solid. If you don't need the defensive value from like Olin Ice Cap or Providence, or you just want to be able to consistently have a proactive play, it's pretty good to like debrick yourself when you just maybe draw a handful of like do nothing blue ice cards and you're like, let me just trade one of these for a Felling or something so I can keep up the pressure.
Right. And it's specifically for decks that are slower style setup decks. That's the way I evaluate this card. And the Enigmas, the Verdances, that kind of stuff, right? And even Kano, I know they're not slow, but you have tech to be able to like get back to tomorrow. So if I were to play this card, I would play some Seeds and, just have some utility there.
Yeah, so, if you're relying on Summer's Fall at all to like try and fight Illusionist, it's probably pretty important so that you have it when you need it.
Yeah, because like in theory, in this with the Enigma matchup is just the counter to Traverse Mirror Guy. Once you have a Summer's Fall in the graveyard, it's just literally the 1-for-1 counter.
Yep. Yep, for sure. So at minimum, I believe this card is baseline. Do you guys think this is an above average card? I don't lean towards it just because it is kind of specific to a certain build. So you guys agree with baseline?
I think the card itself is above average, but like it has some pretty good competition. So I guess it depends on how you're ranking things.
Yeah, I say baseline.
I'd say baseline in Jarl.
Yes,
that's kind of what I'm looking at here.
Really good in other decks.
Yeah. Pretty solid.
Let's talk about Tunic. I mean, obviously, the best equipment in the game as of right now that isn't banned, right? So
I wish they
Fab staple. Yeah, it would make some interesting changes, but honestly, it would hit Guardian pretty bad if they banned it. Maybe we don't wish that away.
We have so many good options, though.
Yeah. So nobody can argue that this card is insane, especially in a slower deck that can utilize the resources a little more, right? So it's especially good with Sledge, like we mentioned before. It's especially good with a pummel-centric style deck that is trying to CNC pummel or Frostbank pummel or Weakest Link pummel, whatever. You know, any of these 2 costs that are really good with that. Same thing with like a Spinal pummel. You can do that as well. But you can just extract so much value out of this card. In general, I believe it blocks technically more than something like a Tectonic Plating because you're able to utilize the extra 3 block card in your hand if you're going to like CNC pummel, for instance. So it's effectively blocking for 4 at that point if you have one of those situations line up. Now, I know it's contextual, but in general, this card is good. It's flexible. There's not many things to complain about this, right?
Yeah, obviously it's very powerful, and like we've seen with how Victors and Bravos have been built over the past, year or so, the play lines that make it very powerful, especially with anything in your deck that your 4 costs and then your 2 costs combined with each other, like if you're playing pummel or something. Right. It's a lot of value over the course of a longer game, in which Guardians tend to have longer games. I think that Jarl can be built in a way where you don't have to rely on it, especially with like the way Boreal turns Mangle into basically a Thunderquake. You can play a deck that mostly has a even cost curve of like 3 costs and 6 costs and stuff like that. Your Summit doesn't rely on Tunic. If you're not playing Pummel because it doesn't work with Summit, or you're just not playing those cost curves and you want to play one of the blocking chess piece, you don't necessarily have to play Tunic, but I think it's always something you should consider. There's definitely builds that make use of it, and you're going to play it probably in your sideboard a lot of the times too for certain matchups, and especially if you're like playing Sledge in your sideboard, which we've said that is probably pretty likely.
Yes.
So it's not like de facto like I'm just playing Tunic into everything that like Victor was or Bravo ended up doing. But it's probably gonna it's in the card pool for sure, and it's gonna be in a lot or most of deck lists.
Yep. You read, Taylor?
Yeah, sadly. Because like I think that a cost curve Jarl list of the 3 and 6s, such as like Oaken Olds, Felling of the Crowns, Glacial Footsteps, is probably the most optimal way to play the deck. And if you do in the sideboard have a Sledge, I do believe Tunic would be a staple in the sideboard of it, because we'll get to the chess piece that I prefer over Tunic later for the main board. But I do believe sideboard Sledge Tunic is probably the most optimal way to play the deck.
So I know you went through that entire analysis, Aaron, where it was talking about like there is variants where you might not play Tunic, but I don't think, at least with every list I've ever built, with every list you've ever built that I've seen, every single one of them has Tunic, whether it's main board or sideboard. To me, that means staple.
I would put it as a staple.
This is a staple. Now, again, it's not going to be your only chess piece in a lot of scenarios, because we have some really good ones around here to round out the list. But it will definitely be an option in almost every deck list, unless you're playing some weird thing like where you're playing Summit into the mirror and you're just like hardcore fatiguing your opponent and doing stuff like that. But I don't know. Like, I have to see it to believe it type thing. And I think those are actively probably just like less efficient and probably worse. So this is a card that you definitely, you don't have one and you're just getting into Fab. I know Sunny Cal John is asking about getting some upgrades and whatnot with the list. So to answer your question, I know Clads did as well. I think you should just play it out of the box just to get a feel for it and get a feel for the play style of the deck. But I think you should start looking into getting some of these upgrades. Like Stalagnite will be a killer. You're going to have those. You're going to have some null room, but those are cheap. You can get those for free from any of your locals, and eventually you'll want to get a Tunic. Not just for Jarl, but for everything.
Definitely look, especially not just equipment, because like equipment tends to be more expensive, and like the default equipment in the armory deck is pretty solid. So I wouldn't say like go out and buy a Tunic and a Stalagmite first, because that's very expensive, and like they are good, but the default equipment in the deck is pretty solid. I would first look at when we get to the actual cards in the deck, look at those, like the highly ones, because a lot of those might be commons or they might be cheap majestics. Like for one example, like Oaken Old is one of the best cards in his card pool.
You're gonna need that.
And I don't think they're very expensive unless they've shot up since Jarl's announcement. I haven't really looked at it, but that's definitely like a card you want that's not in the deck.
Right. If I had to guess, $5 to $10, probably somewhere along those lines, and that's easily worth it if you're going to be playing this and maining this hero. You're going to want those cards and your channels and all these other different things. But we'll get to that when we get to it. This card is good. If you're getting your equipment and you're ready to buy it off, a little bit more of a financial investment into this kind of hero, these are the cards you're definitely going to want, like these two. So we'll go up next. Let's do another don't play, because why not? So, Crown of Dominion, while it has a powerful effect in certain heroes and whatnot, this is just one of the generic legendaries to kind of round out the rest of the equipment list that you'd be playing. This card there's no payoff to it really in this style list. So honestly, we could just exclude this from the list and nobody would know the wiser type thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything.
Other than helps Arachne kill you with Regicide.
That's true. So let's talk about, let's do Well-Grounded. Well-Grounded, solid piece that we've been seeing. Honestly, draft All-Star, limited All-Star, that kind of stuff. Great in the current Earth heroes that are running around, Verdance and Florian. They decompose a lot more than Jarl will, though. And you have to play a package that requires you to decompose. And because you're playing less decompose, because you're a split hero, there's a lot of conditionality. Right? I don't know if that's a word, but you know what I mean.
I liked it.
Appreciate it.
Cool.
So I'm not a fan of Well-Grounded. I think it's a good card when it's online. I think the effect, like having 2 prevention at instant speed, is probably better than the Trunks like blocking value. But it just doesn't fit when you're in how your decompose package actually works out, because like Trunks is fueling the decompose, where Well-Grounded kind of is a payoff of the decompose. And like you said, I don't think you're decomposing as frequently as the Earth heroes are, because like Florian and Verdance needs to have a lot of banished Earth cards to turn on their hero powers and make their deck really start to hum. They're decomposing a lot more, where Jarl is playing it more as a small package just to get the payoff off of a couple of cards, like Felling of the Crown. And because you're not decomposing constantly, I think you need to be able to fuel the few decomposes that you do have when you draw them. So I think the Trunks is like playing a more important role than the Well-Grounded. A lot of times when I've tried to play Well-Grounded, I'll just like draw my decompose cards and like I'm not able to decompose, or I just like haven't decomposed enough to turn on the Well-Grounded. And they just kind of sit there kind of dead.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree.
They do work with tectonic crust. I know Jeffrey is spamming that it works with crust, and we know that. But if you're just blocking 0 to get your value out of your crust, Well, I mean, it's cute. It gets where you need to be, and the game goes longer. You still have to wait until your well grounded is online. Now, when it is online, it is the better Earth equipment. I think
Yeah.
we can all agree
Mm-hmm.
that it is the better
Yeah.
one. But there, I don't see that condition outweighing the fact that you can use the other boots, at like
Yeah.
times that you need to
Oh.
use them, right? So
Yeah, because you're playing
yeah.
Guardian. Oh no, you go here.
No, because I was thinking of what he's talking about, and I was like, okay, well grounded block 0 and doesn't break, so it's a free use with your Tectonic Crust.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Right,
get it.
right.
I actually didn't think of
Yeah.
that, but I also think like, okay, it has to come up to where you want to use your Crust, you don't have an Earth card in your hand that you want to block with, and you also don't want to block with like your Boreal Gauntlets.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
your Trunks, assuming you would play those instead, right? So I don't know how often that'll come up where like you don't want to block with any other equipment or any cards from hand.
It does actually come up a good amount, but like I said,
Yeah.
I think the payoff of the well grounded, like a lot of games, you're not going to be able to line it up exactly where you need it to line up, and that's a
Yeah,
problem for me.
Right.
Yeah, so because you're playing Guardian, you are reliably the most consistent deck hand to hand. And if you're playing a card that is a sip card that isn't reliably already online as soon as
Right.
it's on the battlefield, you should not be playing that card in the deck that wants to be blocking.
You're
So,
adding
like-
variance to your deck that
Yeah,
inherently tries to limit variance,
I'd
right?
say you are. Yeah, let's say if you're playing Guardian, you're trying to play the same exact game every game, and having a card that if you draw the wrong 15 cards off the top of your deck does nothing is just it's just a punt.
Yeah, it's kind of true, right? Now, inherently, the card is powerful, like we said. I don't think
Yeah.
this card is like a don't play at all. I think it's closer to condition or even baseline, depending on how you make your deck. But I'm leaning more towards conditional just because, again, you have to like really build towards having this to be a consistent piece, which is the Guardian identity, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it needs to be the case where the instant speed blocking is like extra important. I think just having like 2 defense value isn't really worth the downsides. But if either damage prevention itself is important or the fact that you can do it like in reactions is important, I think that gives like some extra benefit to the card. But I don't think that either of those things is crazy important right now for its slot. So
It's
I
good to new.
I think it's worse than Trunks.
Specifically, it's good into new, but I don't, like I said, I don't think it outweighs the Trunks or even the Civic Steps at this point too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of agreeing with you. Okay, so hey, Taylor, you like this one? Tell us what you think about this.
Is it Heart of Ice?
Yeah, the Heart of Ice. What do you think about this card?
I love this card.
Enjoyer.
I think this card is underutilized. I like in matchups that are going to bring in D reacts. I think this card is just really good if you're playing off of a 4-cost curve, such as a Mangle, a Buckling Blow, blah blah. Stuff like that. But I would not play it if I was playing Summit.
No, God no.
No, but so it's like it's contextual to what your deck configuration is and what your matchup is. But I do think that in certain matchups, such as like even Ira, which is playing Flick Flags, Sinks, and Fates into Guardian, the card is very good and underplayed.
Yep.
Because if you can force them to play essentially a 2-card 4, because they're going to pay for the Sink or Fate, it's just kind of they're both cards are essentially blocking 2. This card is insane. Also, it's really good in Kano, and without tomes, I think that if you reveal AB3, maybe AB4 into no tome Kano, you could probably beat them.
You could fatigue them with just 3.
Yeah. Exactly. You just okay, activate Heart of Ice. They're like, okay, pass.
Yeah, especially if you're playing like exposed elements. You're already playing Crumble and Frozen Death. Those are staples in your list just because they do their thing and they block 3. They're blues. Like you can fatigue a Kano, especially if you're playing like Seeds of Tomorrow, you're playing Plume. Like there's many ways to build this, like we said. But I mean, to me, this is one of the more staple cards. Maybe not exactly in the staple slot, because there are going to be some lists that don't play it. more so.
And I can understand why. Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think the card is very powerful, and I think it's one of your tools that you're going to want against these more defensive decks like Ira. I think it's
Mhm.
perfectly reasonable in Ira unless you're like super heavy on pummels or something like that, and you're playing Tunic anyway. But
Yeah.
You just need to make sure
Yeah,
that you can afford to like spend the extra resource on it and still do your plays.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you're that's why I mentioned that your deck ratios are a little bit different than like the 3-6 ratio deck. It's more of like a CNC. You can
Right.
either be playing like a 2-cost package or a 4 to 5 cost package.
Yeah, you're playing Spinals in a lot of lists anyway. This works with Spinal pretty well. It
Yeah.
just gives you it gives you agency, right? To where you don't know, especially against like Kano, you act Heart of Ice and you have a couple of blues, and they're just like, okay, yeah, that resolves, and you're like, okay, cool, I can just pitch my whole hand and play my Spinal and know that I'm not dead this turn, which is kind of
Yep.
important. So, do we think it's above average, or do we want to put it in staple? Because in most of my list, I have been including it just because of its inherent power level.
I think it's probably a staple just because even if you only bring it in 3 matches, the difference that the card brings in those 3 matches is so measurable that you should probably be playing it in your 80. So I think staple is a good place to put it.
What do you think,
Yeah,
Aaron?
I'm fine with that.
You're fine with staple?
Yeah.
I'm more leaning towards above average, but since you guys like it so much, we can put it out there. Just because, like, some of the lists that sacrifice the wizard matchup or anything like that because they're trying to be a little more aggressive or disruptive or things. I mean, this is one of the first cards you cut, right? I think you cut this before you cut Norin.
Right.
Hmm.
That's
I
my
agree.
argument, but we can leave it there. I do think the card is very powerful. I think
We
it's
gotta be
going to find its
controversial,
way.
you know.
Hmm.
We gotta get more people to buy more legendaries.
That's right. That's right. So
We gotta keep up
yeah,
with Bolton.
yeah, for real though, for real. We need a better hat. That's the big thing. Speaking of hats, we have Coronet Peak. Okay. So this card, I did not in my life expect that when Jarl was spoiled the first time that I would want to play Coronet Peak. That was the last headpiece that I was like, oh yeah, I'll play it. But I mean, besides like Eisen Peak or Skullcap, right? But
Like a
out
real
of the
one.
ones that are inherently good, out of the generics and whatnot, I was like, yeah, Coronet Peak. I sold my extra. In hindsight, that was a horrible idea because like I'm making some money on it. But the fact that your summit, especially in these aggressive decks that you're playing against, your summit costs 6 and it comes in for 4 because you're wanting to play Stalagmite. You're gonna want one card plays, and this is one of the best one card plays you can do without exhausting a card from your deck. It slows the game down a little bit. This card already blocks 2. It's an ice piece, right? Not that that's like super critical in this specific situation because it kind of overlaps with the all-in. You can't like the value out of that, but all in all, just having the flexibility while also having the extra 2 life on board is very powerful. So it's definitely in the range of above average or even staple, but I'm more leaning towards above average. And like you said earlier, and what's really cool about this in like the decompose package is you can peak yourself, get an earth in there, which you already know that you're a little bit lighter on earth, and be able to set up for later in the game. So it's just a lot of utility with it.
So the thing about Peak is that if you are on an Anathos build, this card is not probably in your 80 because you're
I
trying to
agree.
translate your cards into damage instead of
Yep.
disruption. So because of that, I probably wouldn't put it as a staple because
Yep.
there is a possibility that we will see a top 8 list without it. So I think above average is where I'd put it.
It's pretty much tied to Summit, right? So
Yeah.
like
Pretty
No.
much,
Yeah.
if you're playing Summit, you're more likely to want Coronet Peak. I don't necessarily know if you have to have it, but it's definitely high up on your consideration. When you're not playing Summit, you don't really need it for anything. So I would say it's strong, but it's definitely not a staple. So yeah, I would put it on the same line as Summit for sure.
Yeah, they kind of hold hands for sure. I do agree with that. If you're playing like Tides Fist and stuff, I don't think you necessarily need this card. You could probably play something like Crown of Providence just to have some utility, right? But all in all, pretty good, at least in this configuration, which I personally have been enjoying the most on a competitive level. But yeah, so I mean, Crown of Providence, we all know, is good. I mean, it was a gold extended foil calling winner trophy card, just like Balance of Justice, we'll talk about in just a second. This card being able to fix your hand, which is a big issue for Guardian in a lot of cases anyway, right? Like, sure, you're statistically unlikely to draw an all red hand with as many blues as we generally play. But when that does happen, or you need to have some protection against the CNC because you have a D-Rack in Arsenal and you have too many D-Racks at hand because you're a big, dumb defensive Guardian, you can fix it, right? So, I mean, this card's always been good.
I think people like have been mad disrespecting like Crown of Providence ever since like Balance of Justice came out, and like we've seen other like class headpiece being so powerful, like Traverse the Universe, where like people forgot like Crown of Providence is a crazy strong effect, you know, and like you get 2 block, and it's pretty good in Jarl actually because like with your fusing, especially with Oakenold, you're more likely to like put a mid card in your arsenal.
Yeah, like a crumble. It's a good card, but when you lose your tempo to play it, it's almost better to just get the extra card out of it and continue your onslaught of whatever you're doing, right? So
yeah, so this is kind of like one of the best like generically strong options.
For sure.
I definitely think it's like better than Coronet Peak as like just in a vacuum, but like Coronet Peak is a role filler, right? With Summit. If Summit didn't have that downside to it, you definitely would rather play Providence in your deck. So
100%.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely above average. I wouldn't put it as a staple because again, like if you if you need Coronet Peak to do your thing, or like maybe you end up really like an Olin Ice Cap, like it definitely has competition that's solid, but Providence is like kind of like your go-to, like, hey, I know this is going to be good.
It's the best generic option, especially with the more recent bans of getting rid of Art of Wars and stuff like that. Like, Balance of Justice is still quite strong into the brutes and whatnot, but I think you can probably still be okay into the brutes with the amount of disruption already there. So I'm a lot lower on Balance. I used to be really high on this card, but after reading the entire card bowl and seeing how the deck plays a little bit more, right, I don't think it's as great. It does have the added utility if you get to block with it in the mirror, and it doesn't just immediately blow itself up, right? Like, you don't. It's kind of cool, but like the power level, it's literally just a block 2 at this stage, right?
Yeah, because they banned every card that abused the ability on it, so
it's like okay
like
against Dash IO, but Dash IO less high octane type thing, right? It's mainly for brute. And if brute is like so popular and it's so unfavored for this, then sure, like make it a sideboard slot. But still a powerful card. It's a good hat. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just its payoff is not as good as it used to be.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, if it's like if you don't have a Crown of Providence and you just want like a decent hat to play, like you can play it. But like I would probably play like the Olin cap over it if I just wanted something to put in my head slot, or like Coronet Peak, because like a lot of times again like Balance is chest blocking too, so Coronet Peak also chest blocks too, so
sure, with also like added versatility.
Yeah, Coronet Peak's cheaper probably.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this in conditional just because like these other hats are just inherently better. Like, I can't put it on the same level as All in Plume because I think these cards are generally just better, at least in this stage. Sure, they don't block as much, but there are.
Yeah.
Okay.
When decks that draw a lot are meta, then it gets better, but that's not the case right now. So
let's put the Acelia special in currently discussing and let Taylor tell us why these cards are good or bad. Yeah. The Acelia special. The skull cap.
Okay, so no, I'm just kidding. So like in theory, it's decent. I mean, in theory.
Yeah.
But like, It's just not good.
It's like if Spell Void 2 is very important,
You mean Spell Void
then
5? Or no, it's
Sure,
AB5. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
AB3 Spell Void 2,
Yep.
and then once we get the boots and arms, it'll just be actually maybe playable.
The AB thing on Skullcap has like never been relevant though, because you're not lower than Kano, and it's like
Generally, yeah.
maybe Verdants or like other wizards in the future where you're more likely to be lower life, and like the
Sure,
AB3
sure.
could actually be relevant, but like for now, it's like you don't like you have armor. Like the Skullcap or the Arcanite set is like good for decks that don't have any armor and they need some, but like
Yep.
that's not a problem that Guardian has. So like Fortress is not better than any of the Temper 2 Guardian equipment. Skullcap is conditional, and like unless the AB3 is usable and relevant, it's not better than any of the other headpieces. So it's
Don't
just
say it's conditional. It's just don't play. Let's be real.
yeah, it's not a reason to play it.
No.
Like
Not
maybe
at all.
when more Arcanite comes out and like maybe the full set just like becomes broken or something, or it does something specific, like you just
Please,
don't
that'd
need
be
it.
so funny. Please.
It would be really
Every
cool.
deck plays 4 Arcanite pieces because it's like better
Oh.
than any class combination.
Well,
Oh, please,
blocking
that'd be
wise,
so
it will be
funny.
better. It's got to be better. But
So
yeah,
you're saying
it'll be
Ocilia
interesting.
will be good?
The fact that you have to use generic equipment to be good is kind of sad. But anyway, this isn't a Celio stream.
Shut up, Tunic Gamer.
Yeah. All right, civic steps.
I hate it. Get it out of here.
Every time I've ever blocked with this card, it's punched me in the face, and it's every time.
This is
just bad.
probably the best
Block
arms
better.
in the game. Let's be real.
Funny,
Yep.
man.
Oh, funny. Anyway, this has been like the de facto best option for Guardian for a little bit ever since its release in that I forget the name, the Tolarian Community College package or whatever, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's actually very good, and I think it's better in this style of Guardian than it is in other styles because you can block with it. You can play a Hypothermia, you can play Channel Lake Frigid. Like there are ways that you can counteract the Quicken Token a little bit better as long as you time it correctly, and they can't capitalize on it the same turn that you block with it. It's better in lists where you're not doing the decompose thing. You're playing more attack actions in your blue slot. So you're playing like your more Anathos style build. I do think this card is probably the one you play in those. But are they better than Rootbound? I don't think so. Or the Trunks,
I
whatever.
don't know. I like Trunks a lot.
I do too.
I do too.
About it.
Yeah.
Like
so
to be fair, like Mechanologist is like one of the worst, if not the worst class to like play Civic Steps into, and they're not really that great right now. So most classes, either the Quicken doesn't matter, or you can kind of play it in a way where it doesn't matter. But it's like something you have to like think about, and like it gives you the ability to make that mistake. And like if you accidentally misblock with it, or your opponent has something that you weren't expecting that punishes you, like it just erases the value of it, and then you were just better off playing anything at all or nothing, right? So if unless you play so perfectly, or like it just doesn't come up to where that never happens, like I would rather just play the boots that I don't have to like have that percentage chance happen, where it's just like negative to play it.
It's a skill check card for sure. And it rewards you for being knowledgeable on the format and knowing your spots where you can make sure that they are just 3 life, right? Because these are guaranteed 3 life, but they could also be guaranteed, give your opponent the option to blow you out, right? So the card is powerful, and I'm not going to deny that when used correctly. And because of that reason, I think it's at least baseline. At least baseline.
Yeah, I guess. Like, if you're not decomposing, you don't care about the earth boots, and you think that the Civic Steps is like a stronger, like, baseline value than Trunks is, I could see it. I'm not sure if I think that it's like better enough compared to Trunks, even if you're not decomposing though. But it's fine. Maybe I'm a hater.
Sure. Sure. Like I said, I think it's better in
Because-
the more like Guardian centric, like additional. You're playing Zealous
Because,
Belting,
like-
Rouse, all that kind of stuff. But
Yeah, because like my rule for this card to not punish myself was always whenever I draw Spinal, block with Civic Steps. So maybe if you are playing a little bit more Guardian centric deck, it's better. But like I think if you're playing like the 3/6 elemental package that we'll talk about later, I Rootbound's probably better. So but because it is a playable card, it should probably be in baseline.
and the other thing too, somebody mentioned in the comments, what if you Civic Steps? They decide, okay, I'm just going to set up my big turn because you gave me a quick look, and then you play a Summersfall and you just pop it. I got him. That's kind of cute, right? That's kind of cute.
Value.
It's not good, but it's a play line.
Value.
And if you're playing Summersfall, if you're playing Summersfall, let's be real, you're playing Rootbound Trunks. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
Based.
Can't even decompose your Summersfall because you don't have Earth cards in your graveyard because you didn't play Trunks.
Okay.
Oopsie-daisy.
So let's get our last pieces of equipment in here. We're going to talk about this one last, but we're going to talk about the big hairy man and the big buff woman. Both of these cards had their heyday, but it is not today. So these are boom, don't play this.
Wait, Earthlore Bounty had its heyday?
Okay, this one had its heyday. This one didn't. This one could be good in the future if there are ways to draw cards with Guardian cards like auras that have go again that do not specify specifically Guardian attack actions like all the crappy ones do nowadays. If there are good ones in like the Mastery Pack, this card could go up to baseline or even above average, but right now this card is just literally worse tech plating, which is already in don't play, right? In this specific style list. So
if Summit costs 5, I would play tech plating all day.
I agree. If Summit costs 5, I would be playing tech plating for sure. Like, it'd be really good, but it doesn't. So there it is. Then, lastly, this card is very good. It's very good. Taylor, you said that you want to talk about it a little bit. Since you like this one.
I think this card is not a staple, but should be in the above average because I think that if you are playing the generic Jarl build, like the 3/6 build that we'll talk about, the elemental decomposed build, this card essentially being a block 5 to 8 is just so strong that it is absolutely insane. It's Carrion Husk 2.0.
Yep.
But you also have to think though that it's probably in your main board, and then in your sideboard you probably have Tunic for Sledge, or if you're a more aggressive Guardian build, you're probably playing CNC Pommel with Tunic, so it's probably not in that build. But the more decomposy Earth build that we will see, this card is just an all-star every time.
It's a package, right? It's a build around, but it is a very good build around, and it is better than every other defensive equipment that we have.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very good. It's like another payoff for your decomposed stuff. It's just like the block value on it's crazy.
It's
I think that Jarl can be built in a way that doesn't use those odd cost curves. So like you're not as punished for not playing Tunic. So know there's more argument to be playing the temper armor, and like the fridge you have in this hero when you flip like Stalagmite, Barkskin, Boreal, 2-block helmet, and like Trunks or whatever. It's just like
it's pretty good.
You just have the Giga fridge.
Yeah. It's super solid.
So yeah, Barkskin is great.
And what's nice about it too is like in a pinch, it feels bad to block with it and not get your embodiment value, right?
Yeah.
But you can do that, whereas like the well-grounded is literally 0 blocks. So it's like no payoff there. But you can cover up breakpoints with it. There have been some test games where I've been playing this, and I do actively just block with it before I'm fully decomposed to 4 to get the value, and it's just fine. Like it's this, but with better text, right?
Yes,
for sure.
It's great.
So definitely above average. I wouldn't consider this a staples because there are a few different builds that are pretty strong. But what were you gonna say, Taylor?
Oh no. Just like you said, I think it's above average. I think if your deck's built around it, it's insanely great card as a sip. But as I don't think it could be a staple due to the fact that you can build a deck that doesn't have this in the 80.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But I think this, if you're going to have a defensive chest, this is it.
Oh yeah.
Yep, for sure. All right, I'm going to download this real quick, and we will save it for our lovely people. Download. Come on. Okay, I got it. So let's do a quick. Where's it at? Quick
Oh,
BRB.
Justin is.
So we're still here, and when you guys keep talking, I'm just going to make sure that I get this saved in the right spot. And then we'll get set up with the other tier list. We're going to go a little bit quicker. We're going to have a lot more cards. I think it is more important to go into a lot of detail with the equipment, guys, just because those are the things that you start and play with. Those are the things that you're building your deck around in a way, right? So, like, going into a little more detail with that is very advantageous to me.
Oakenold is a good card. That you should play it.
Yes, those are going to be a lot easier. Okay, so
Mangle, yeah.
Yep. So you were going to say something about Justin Evans?
Oh yeah. Justin put down that tech plating is D tier unless it's cold foil, and then it's an S tier, and I do agree.
A tier. I'll give it A tier because I would still not play my gold foil.
Would you play a gold foil?
That one's S tier.
Okay, there we go. At least we talked him into it.
Yeah, I would take
That's what I
just to play my gold.
That's what I did with That's what I did with Victor. Aaron was like, "Hey, I have a cold foil tech plating. You want to play?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, I'll lose some mirrors. That's fine."
Yep, 100%. 100%.
Okay. I'll tell you what, though, it looked so good.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the cold foil is really sweet. Like some of those older ones are really, really, really cool.
The worst cold foil, I don't know if you guys have seen it, is Spellbound Creepers. It like makes me like want to punch a wall. Because you'd think in theory it'd be beautiful, but it's just dark. It's so bad.
Really hazy. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Tech plating's amazing looking. Yeah, tech plating cold foil's a top tier.
Some cold foils are hit or miss.
For sure.
Have you ever seen a rainbow foil nourishing emptiness?
No.
It's awful.
There's like one speck of foil.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the Monarch foiling was pretty bad. Yeah,
dude, it's so bad.
Yeah. The rest of the Ancients foils, like the first up ones, are pretty nice, but like, yeah, most of those cards you can barely see it. Like the pulpings for sure. Yeah. No thanks.
I wouldn't even know they're foil.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's get into this.
Okay.
We're about an hour 40 in. I'm sure we can knock this out in another hour and a half if we go quick enough, or even sooner. So let's talk about Mangle. Mangle is literally Jarl, so you have to play it. Like it's all of his equipment that we were talking about. Yeah, flavor. The equipment, the new gloves, they interact with this. This card is just like it's obviously supposed to be in there. It has utility. If this didn't have the gloves to pair with it, the card would not be as good. Right. I would even consider if I was to play any, I would play like 1 to 2 with the payoff with the block card just to have some really efficient value plays in the mirror. But because of the gloves, this is literally just glacial reds with on hits. And that's good.
Perfect.
Yeah, the gloves definitely pushed it over.
For sure.
The block card is like decent, but like the card itself is kind of meh. So even if you're tutoring it, like you still need to be able to cast it. Like maybe your tunic's up or something. Yeah. And then like when you do, it's like, I mean, it's an okay card. Like you're kind of getting an extra card's worth of value, being able to tutor it out with the block card. But you can only do that so many times.
The big thing about this card is it forces your opponent to always reevaluate blocks on like a spinal or something with the equipment, because at any point in time you can just draw like a good 3-card 10 dominate, and they just lose whatever equipment they're blocking with. So like this card might single-handedly save your Florian matchup because of being able to blow up Grasp. So there are, even though the card is mid, it has such utility with his hero that it's just a staple and should be a 3 of.
For sure. And lucky for you guys, it's in the deck, so you don't have yours already. You're going to get 3 copies in your Jarl deck, so that is easy peasy. Don't have to worry about it.
Panic bought Mangles for like $8 when the deck was like spoiled. Everyone was
It was
trying to
like
dump
obvious
them
it
like
was going to be in
10
there. What do you
minutes.
mean?
Yeah.
But
They
to be
spoiled
fair,
the
though,
block card. So
the foils are out of this world now.
are they? I'm
Oh,
glad I
dude, they're
got
like
foils, but
25 a pop.
hell
Yeah.
yeah. I've had my foils ever since they were like $2. It's great.
I played them in Victor. So bad.
Yeah.
Sounds
So
awful.
usually a pretty bad card, but it has a lot of utility, and that's something to talk about as well. Like saying somebody attacking with like a spinal or something along those lines. I do actively think that variant of the deck, the ones that says, "Hey, I'm going to present attacks that disrupt, that force you to want to block with your equipment, and then you have payoffs with your mangles later," is generally the way that I will be building, and I think it's one of the more competitive ways, unless you're like hyper defense. Like, I gotta crumble you to do anything, but yeah, card's good. We know it's good, at least in this deck. In any other deck, it's not good. Don't worry about it. But hey, it's in the precon, so you got it. Easy. Rainbow foils are like
Okay.
20 euros, as somebody said.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. Let's talk about the counterpart card with this. So if you're playing Mangle, obviously you want to play the card that goes and gets your Mangles. And it's just a 4 block no matter what. One card 4. We know that that's good in aggro decks. Why wouldn't it be good on defense? So, yeah, I mean, we're going to play this card. Now, the number can change. But you're going to be playing at least 2. Probably.
One or two, yeah.
Yeah, usually when a card says specialization on it, that means it's probably pretty good.
Exactly.
Especially as like a block card. No, I mean having a 4 block that just like you block 4 and then you go search a card out of your deck that you could play on the next turn. Like
right.
Theoretically, that's a 1 card 7. Like value wise, if your card is worth 3, that's what people like to do. But
it's like test of strength, except for what you're drawing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you draw a Mangle. It's good.
Yeah.
Like you said about the numbers, it's not like you're just slamming 3 in your deck, because when you're not tutoring Mangle, it's just a generic 4 block, which isn't like the worst thing ever. But it's like,
that's what I'm saying.
If you're playing 3, you're more likely to have either, the third one not be able to tutor a Mangle because you've like naturally seen Mangles and like blocked with them or played them by then. And I don't know. There's probably a sweet spot, it could be 2. Maybe you just want the one of, or, maybe you do play all 3 just because like it blocks 4, right? Maybe you just want to do that a lot.
Yeah.
It's very deck construction dependent for sure. Like in our decomposed list, I'll go ahead and tell them the number. We've landed on 2. 2 has felt good because we are playing a little bit more defensive and we're willing to block more, which means that we are blocking, or we're seeing more of these cards for presenting this disruption that makes people want to block with their equipment than it is just a 4 block, right? So just adds a little bit of consistency. But yeah, definitely a staple, at least in some number. It's not an auto 3 of, just like the Mangle, but good card. Can't complain. Tutors are obviously very strong, so we're going to keep playing tutors. So channel Mount Eisen, okay? I'll let you guys talk about this one first.
Aaron, you go.
Okay. So I like it. It's a 3-block ice card, so we're already getting a bunch more of those. Element cards that block 3 weren't always very common. Oldham would play something like Winter's Grasp just because it had a 3 in the blocking value and it worked with your ice energies.
True.
This does that. It has a few extra things that it does where like Winter's Grasp would be bad. This is an aura, so it works with your Rootbound Trunks. This is a 0-cost go again card, so it is a way to use a bigger hand when you have tempo. It can give your opponent a frostbite when you play it. The effect on it is like okay. You're probably not going to get more than like a couple points of damage on it, and like it's not really something I would like try and like play out actively, but it is something that like near the end of the game that you can kind of cheese your opponent. Maybe they go to a very low life total, and then you just like, oh, let me play Mount Eisen and then give you a couple frostbites with like some other cards or something, and then maybe that 1 to 2 damage is like enough to actually just kill them.
It's an alternate win con in a way as well.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we see brutes with reckless swings, alternate win cons, and whatnot. This is a way that we can do that where, let's say our opponent has defense reactions in their list and they're at 2 and we're getting fatigued because they're outvaluing us with these block cards. You can actively just play this, like, you know, pitch to your coronet peak, right? And then they can't do anything about it because you didn't give them the opportunity to play an instant speed effect style thing like a defense reaction. So it has utility. I honestly, though, in my opinion, the card's kind of mid. The only fact that is kind of redeeming it for me, besides it's ice and it's a 3 block, is that it is an aura and it works with cubes and it has inherent synergy there.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong like base statistics for a card. You know, and in Guardian, you don't always like want to play out all of your blues. You know, especially in Elemental Guardian, a lot of your blues are role players, but like it just depends on what roles you care about the most, right? It blocks 3, which is good. It's an aura, which is good. It's ice, which is good, but it doesn't turn on your hammers, like Anathos or the small hammers.
Correct.
So if you're building a deck that's leaning more into that, it doesn't really work. And I could see a world where like it doesn't make the cut if you just have more important blues to play, but I definitely think it's like a good card. Not really a staple, but I like it.
I consider this card between baseline and above average just because it does have a lot of text on it and there's a lot of value with the consistency that it does add to the deck. So I'm open to either. I'll let you guys choose whether it's B or A.
I think it's above average just because it's a 3 block elemental card.
I like it above average because I really like Rootbound Trunks and I really like Barkskin, and it works with embodiments and it's an aura, so it turns on your boots. So I think it does enough things as a blue that it's
versatile. It's versatile, and it definitely matters. Again, it's like deck dependent. Like this is a card that you would probably actively cut if you're playing a more Anathos centric deck, right? But in the general like realm of Jarl, I think this card is pretty mainstay. Okay, let's talk about some of these defense reactions. We know these cards are insane. They've been insane ever since they came out, right? One of them is not like the other, but they're close. They're close. Yeah.
I think both of them are staples. Actually, I would say Sync is probably a staple, and then Fate for Scene would probably be an above average. Because I could definitely see a build in which you're only playing Syncs and Rootbound Carapace, which we'll get to later.
You're playing CYB, so you're definitely playing all of them, right? Staples.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, mine.
And his deck is a staple.
I'm not talking about mine. I'm talking about like.
In general.
Yeah.
So, if you want to overload your deck with 4 blocks, that's where like Fate for Scene would come in.
I agree.
That would be a decent strategy against certain heroes. It would be not as great of a strategy against other heroes, but depends on how much room you have to, be flexible. The more D-reacts you put in your deck, the less aggressive you could be. I think Sync is definitely the stronger one, and it's more likely you're going to play that. So, and you're also going to be playing the block card. So you would have to want a lot of 4 blocks for Fate for Scene to make the cut. But like Sync is like definitely a powerful card. That's like, if you want any more than just the block card, you're going to be playing Sync below. So, and I think that's pretty likely.
You can put Rebound Carapace in there as well. So I generally agree. I do think this card will end up being stable because I think almost all of the lists will end up playing at least some number of these, 2 to 3, just because it is the most flexible. Now, between these two, I tend to agree that these are the more above average cards. This being because if you're not playing a decomposed package, you don't want to be playing this card. But when you are playing a decomposed package, you play this literally before you play Sync Below, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my stance on that. And then if you want extra, like you were saying, the Fate for Scene makes sense to have a little bit more, help kind of filter to second cycle if you're pitch stacking your Oakenolds together with a Crumble or something along those lines. Like there is utility to that. It's just, you're never going to win against Enigma if you're overloading your deck with a bunch of 4 blocks. So
Enigma isn't real.
Yeah, you basically have to pretend like Enigma can't hurt you type situation. But both of these are above average, right? And like I
Yeah.
said, this in certain builds is literally better than sync bullet, but it's not as universal.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it's very important when you're playing the decompose stuff because you're not really playing a lot of decompose attacks. You know, like tilling is just kind of mid, and like you're not really doing that kind of stuff because you're not trying to just constantly decompose. And your decomposed payoffs like felling or plow under, um, they need to be like your second decompose really to get the buffs, or else they're like it's kind of sad to not get the power buff, so you really want to decompose at least once beforehand, and Carapace is like the easiest, best way to like do that. So a lot
In
of
worst
your
case
common
scenario is the block
decompose,
3.
yeah, like your decompose play stuff. It's like you want to block with your boots, set up a decompose, play your Carapace, decompose, and then when you draw your felling, you get to play your felling, and then it comes in for 8.
Yep. Yep. It is very good. Very good. And good art, just like most of the cards, right? So
Yeah,
I
it's got a
guess
really
we'll keep
cool
going.
extended art.
Yeah, I need to get some extended arts because I got these bad boys. These are rainbow foils ready to go. We're gonna make it happen. But we'll just keep going in line. We're starting to get a little heavy here. I wanted to kind of go back and forth a little bit. I guess we can kind of deviate some. So let's talk about a card that is a little bit lower on the list. Okay, so we got Colossal Bearing. Okay, a lot of people are excited about this just because, like, hey, you know, if I make this a 13, then I get to blow up their equipment like the Mangle, but it's an on hit instead of a crush effect. That's crazy. What do you think about this card?
Unplayable.
Correct. That is, don't
I'm
play
not.
correct.
It needs to be +5, which is
I
tough
know.
because
I
like,
know.
your most common buff in Guardian is pummel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So pummeling this doesn't work. So you would have to like play red Earthlore Surge to make it work. And
True.
I mean, like
Or
you're already playing Mangle, so like you
Earth
can blow up
Empowerment.
equipment already.
Could be playing Earthworm Empowerment with your Colossal Bearing. You tell me
Uh,
that's not a great
like
2-card play follow up. You know what I'm saying?
like full aura stuff.
Yeah.
I do want to live in a
Whoops.
world.
I didn't mean to put that there. I'll just leave it.
Every time I think about a Guardian, I look at red Earthlore Empowerment. I'm like, this is so close to being like a playable aura. Like the effect is
That's
like
true.
so good.
That's true. It is good.
It's just
It's
like
one of the best ones.
just like setup auras just like haven't really like pushed through like being good enough yet, but it's so
Yeah.
close. I don't
So
know.
so
Yeah,
this kind of
whatever, I'll play it.
package, it's pretty bad, right? Like you're asking a lot. You're adding variance into your deck that you're trying to limit variance in, like we were talking about. Now, of course, like the Earthlore, not Empowerment, Earthlore Surge, this card is a little bit better. And the reason it's better is because like it does play very well with your decompose effects. If you haven't played decompose, but you're wanting to play pummel and stuff like that, if you guys haven't experienced this situation, there will be times where you're like, I have this pummel, let me arsenal it, and then you draw your next hand and you draw a plow under, and you're like, unfortunate, I can't decompose my plow under and get the value because I lose my pummel. But you need to decompose because like that's the best value, right? So it's like it's kind of hit or miss there. If you draw your felling with your pummel, it's kind of mid, right? Like especially the same hand, and you're wanting to play your felling, you either have to take damage, or you block with your pummel, or you block with one card and put your pummel in second cycle. And who's to say that you don't see it again, right? So the difference between pummel and the Earthlore Surge, right, is sure it doesn't have an on hit, but it's a front pump that you can play with these decomposed cards that adds a little bit more consistency, right?
Yeah, it's a card that like lets you use big hands. You know, you're playing an ice deck, so there's gonna be a lot of times where you freeze out your opponent or disrupt them enough to where they need to set up or just pass.
Yep.
And then as the Guardian, you need to have the deck building, and you know you need it to line up to where you can use your full hand because you know you're playing a bunch of blues, you're playing a bunch of things without go again, so you're more likely than other heroes to not be able to convert a full hand. So having more things in your deck that do that is pretty good. I think strong red earth cards are very valuable in this deck because when you're playing Old and you're fusing, you are going to be left behind with those cards in your hand that you need to arsenal, and having the cards that you fuse be strong, like playable arsenal cards is like very important. And you would much rather put something like a red Earthlore Surge or a Rootbound Carapace in your arsenal than you would like your blue Autumn's Touch, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. So one thing about the cost curve of this card is if you are playing Tunic, this card's also very good with CNC. And any weakest link or race face and stuff like that. So that's also worth noting.
Yep. Now, it doesn't work with the hammer. Let me clarify for people. It only works with attack actions. So there is a stipulation there, but it is some of the best, just like inherent value that you can have in a non-attack like pump style situation. Besides like pummel, right? So yeah, this is definitely not in the don't play. This is more, to me, in the baseline. I wouldn't necessarily put it in above average because I don't see it as like a, yeah, I'm definitely going to play this all the time, just because it is a little restrictive.
Yeah, it's solid. If you want to be a little more aggressive, it's pretty decent. Baseline's fine.
We can talk about Ice Quick too, since it's kind of in the same vein as this. So this is a 1-cost ice card that gives +3 to any attack. Let me clarify that. It's not just attack actions, but the fact that it's also in ice works well with your hero power, right? So when you play it, you give them a Frostbite. And you can have a 3-card hand where it's a blue, you play Ice Quake, you play CNC for 9 on hit, make a Frostbite. Like, there's just a lot of things that I personally like about this card. I think it is a little bit better than the Earthlore Surge for that reason, because of its flexibility. Yeah, it's less damage, but at least for me, in my experience, the damage hasn't been the issue.
Yeah, the 1-cost is a little more flexible.
Correct.
Yeah, that, and when you pair with like a Frostfang and a more aggressive ice destructive build, it's very strong because your opponent can't inherently de-react you with either time. So if they have an all red hand, they have to actually double pitch. There's minor things like that.
Yep.
Yeah,
so,
and like if they have an exposed equipment slot, like playing the card gives them a Frostbite, and then if they don't block, it gives them another Frostbite. So it's like pretty hard for them to have a pretty good turn.
A turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
And even if they do, it's like stunted a little bit, and they didn't block, so they took like, you know, a bunch of damage. It working on the weapon is pretty nice. You know, it makes it a little more flexible, especially if if you're playing Sledge and you have the card in your deck. You know, it's like an extra thing you can add on if you're pitching 2 blues to attack with Sledge. You know, then you can come in for 9.
Yep. I think the card, at least for me, is a little bit better than the Earthlore Surge. Somebody mentioned that Earthlore is great for decomposed builds. I do see that because you are actively playing cards that go to your discard that you can use for additional decompose later. I get that. I understand that. But the flexibility of the Ice Quake in a numerous amount of matchups, not just you know, like your Enigmas and your Mirrors and stuff like that, you can actively play that card into aggressive decks too. So it has more versatility, and it plays more into what the deck is trying to do in many different builds, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to put this in probably above average. I could see baseline too. You just have to kind of think about how good are these pumps in general. Is it above average?
Also meta dependent.
I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it in baseline because I think they fill the kind of the same slot, but I do think this one is a little bit better.
It just also depends on like how good are they at the job they're trying to do. Like, usually you're playing into 2 different types of decks. You're playing against decks who are more aggressive than you, and then you're trying to slow it down and disrupt them, or you're playing against decks who are more inevitable than you, and you need to be aggressive. So if the aggressive decks, you don't want the pumps because you need to be able to block better or be more flexible in your defense and like have more disruption, then you might not want the pumps there. And then when you're being the aggressor, the pumps actually have to be aggressive enough. Like there could be a world in which Ice Quake is an aggressive card, but it might not be aggressive enough to get the job done. So then it's not worth playing.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so there's a little bit of versatility there, like between these two. If you're using this for more specific matchups and you already have a baseline that you don't want to be playing something like Ice Quake into aggro, I completely agree. I think that makes sense. So let's go ahead and get one of the last bumps out of the way. One of the ones that's been a staple for a long time in a lot of Guardian decks is the red pummel, maybe even some more colors of pummel. But pummel, especially with Tunic and you're playing your CNCs, and in this deck you can play Frost Fangs, you can play Zealous Belting, Weakest Link, whatever. Just insert anything you want. Spinal Crushers. When paired with Tunic, it's a huge play line that like will win you a lot of games, right? And it works with your hammer. The only issue is it doesn't work with your summit. Okay, so that might lean you into a more hammer centric build where you're not playing summit type thing, in my opinion, or you're using these as like a tech card that you're bringing into certain matchups where you're going to be playing Sledge or something, right?
It also has anti-synergy with felling and plow,
Right.
which is also something that will come up in a game or two.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely agree.
If you're playing like Bark Skin and Felling of the Crown, and like you're not playing Tunic, then like Pummel is a lot worse. Like you really want to have Tunic when you're playing Pummel. So either as a sideboard package when you're bringing in Tunic, or a deck that's built around Tunic, is really when it shines. I mean, CNC Pummel's like still one of the best things you could do in Fab. It's just so powerful, and you need Tunic for it. Pummel's really good. You know, even if you can't use it on Summit, you know, if you have enough attack actions that it works on, it's still pretty decent. Or even like, you know, your other weapons are hammers, right? So maybe you have the Sledge in your sideboard, and when you have Sledge in your deck, the Pummel gets better, you know, because at least you have that outlet. So it's not like a slam dunk staple, but it's definitely still very strong. It's just like it's always going to be in Guardian.
Sure. I'm going to put it in baseline just because it fills the same kind of roles as this. Same things. And you can rearrange these based on whatever your deck build is and whatnot. But these are kind of the pump area. It's like, you know, you fill your deck up once you already have your above average and your staples in there. I need a little more disruption. I need a little more power. You grab one of these, probably not going to go wrong. Okay, so I wanted to channel the Bleak Expanse. Okay, I'll let Taylor do his sales pitch real quick before we start talking about it legitimately.
Oh no, I don't think this card's playable in Jarl
okay
anymore.
As someone who owns 200 copies of Channel the Bleak Expanse,
it's
saying it's bad. Sad face.
Well, the issue is they banned every card that made this card good. True. Now in Living Legend, this card is probably insane. But in CC, it's just not. It's not where you want to be anymore. It doesn't fit your cost curve of any hammer. It doesn't. It just doesn't progress the board state like you need it to. Your opponents can easily play around it. It's a lot better if you play it at instant speed, stuff like that. So like Art of War, but little stuff that makes this card good, no longer exists in the CC format. The card is a 2-block ice card that does essentially nothing. This card is a don't play. It sounds good in theory, but in reality, it does nothing.
You can't fuse your Oakenolds when you have Bleak Expanse out. It's so bad.
Starvo's activations doesn't work.
So
it's not. It's ain't good.
I'm not going to immediately put it into the don't play because I think there is a world where conditionally it could be okay. Is it don't play? What do you?
I mean, right now it is because like there's no.
Yeah, dude.
All right.
There's
not enough drawing or revealing or whatever.
I would say like what heroes are doing the things that this card stops. Sure. Like you can stop a Ven, but you're an ice hero. You should already be able to stop Zen instead of putting a 2-block card in your deck.
Okay.
It's an aura.
It is an aura.
Oh yeah, we can make it a 3-block. Let's go, guys.
Let's talk about a conditional card then. I'm gonna try to find one. I think this is probably. You don't think Grandeur is conditional?
No, I think that's a don't play, but you can play it.
Fine. We'll talk about Rousing Ancients. So we think this is a conditional card. I think it is very build centric, right? So
correct.
The more Guardian style list can build this, and I do think that list is powerful in itself. I think it has some different matchups rather than like the generalized like decomposed style, like mini decomposed package, or the ice centric style with pummels and stuff. And it is just a powerful card in general. We've seen this card forever, in basically every Guardian deck, besides Starvo, right? But yeah, in general, strong card as long as you have the consistency to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
To make this card work, you basically have to play all of the blue Guardian like popper power level cards.
The 7s and up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even like the 6s are important, to combine with like one of the 8s and 7s just for like consistency. But
sure.
I'm not hopeful that that's like how you are gonna end up playing Jarl. So I think that the other like the ice blues and like other stuff just have enough utility that like you're kind of going away from that. If you want to go full Bravo cosplay, then yeah, you're probably gonna play Rouse the Ancients, but I don't think that's necessary or what you're gonna end up on. So I don't really think Rouse is what you're gonna be playing. But if that is how you build your list, then Rouse is definitely a good card. So yeah, I think it's conditional.
And we'll say the same thing about Zealous Belting. Same situation. You're playing Ganathos, you're doing those things.
They
kind of fit the same slot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get back on track here. We'll just start doing these other ones. So, Crumble to Eternity, one of the new Jarl specializations. And what do we say about specializations again?
They're really good.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. All right. So,
slam dunk staple.
For sure. Yeah, it's ice and earth, so it works with your Oakenolds. Obviously, you just play 3 of these, even if they had 0 text possible and they were 3 blocks and auras with no text. I would still play these just for the consistency. So the fact that it gives your next thing dominate, which includes your weapon, and you put a -1 counter on your opponent's things to be able to have your block card synergy and whatnot, and then make your mangles actually have relevant text. Like, I mean, the card's great.
Yeah, we know how good like double element cards are. Like, if we don't have the Oldhim hero ability that would like make it super broken to be able to consistently like double react. But just making Oakenold like, go from having 1 double fuse card to 4 is like quite a big consistency boost, and Oakenold's like one of the best attacks in the game. So yeah, it's crazy. You're gonna play it. I mean, it does. It's a 3 block ice, earth, blue. Like you said, it doesn't need text. But it's not a bad card either.
Yeah, this card's nuts. It's just like on a turn 0 play, imposing vestige, get this, and you just stare at your opponent because your win rate just increased by 10%. It's like, okay,
cool. Especially in the mirror.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, uninteractable arsenal hate or equipment hate is really good.
Pretty good.
Who knew?
Yeah, like one of the craziest things you can do is like play this card or visage for this card. Then you draw a block card and your opponent's like, okay, well, I need to attack. It's like turn 1 of the game. You're like, block card, go get mangle. Have an earth card, make it 10. It already has dominate. Got him. It's so good. Card is crazy. It's crazy. Speaking of another decently not as crazy, but I think this card is actively very, very strong, is Frozen to Death. Okay. And it's the first ice Guardian card, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
The first one ever.
Isn't Stalagmite Ice Guardian?
That is playable in your deck.
Got him.
All right, fine. You got me. But just based on that, it's ice, it's Guardian, it's a block 3, it's blue, it costs 3, it even works in your Anathos builds.
Yeah, so the card's pretty decent. I compare it a lot to like Channel Mount Ison as like, a 3-block ice filler card. I think the effect on it and the applications of it are a little bit better than Mount Ison. It's not an aura, which I guess is one slight downside that Mount Ison has over it. But other than that, like Frozen to Death is generally better. Like the 3-cost thing matters if you're building around that. The effect's pretty good. If you have tempo or you just have excess cards, like just being able to blow up an equipment, again, uninteractable, equipment destruction. It's kind of like exposed to the elements. Like, oh, you've played your crumble earlier in the game, or your opponent naturally blocked with some of their armor, or whatever the case is, and then boom, you play your frozen. Maybe you fuse it, or you fuse it and you blow up an equipment. You make a frostbite, and then maybe you make a second frostbite because it's an ice card. It's like it's solid. As a 3-block ice card,
sure.
it's like you're gonna play it. I think it's really good.
Sure.
Yeah. It's just good because the fact that you will play it probably second cycle into a couple of certain heroes to stop really powerful equipment. I know I mentioned this a lot, but like blowing up a grass with the Arcanite against Florian is such a huge deal in this deck that this card just instantly just wants to be in my blue base.
Yeah.
Well,
And the
there's
fact that
that.
it works with your Anathos hammers and your Titan's Fist, it's like there's no reason to not play it.
Yeah, and it's good against the Wizards too. You said second cycle, but I would argue that this is more of a first cycle style card that you actively want to just go ahead and do that because you want to blow up the key piece of equipment as early as possible. So if you know the matchup is going to be mid to a long game style matchup, especially against like the Florian, like you said, you blow up the grass, they lost like a insane amount of value, and the tempo loss of playing the card is outweighed by the benefit of you blowing up that critical piece of armor. Same thing against like a Verdance. You blow up their plume and they're just like, cool. I guess I got a pitch stack combo you now, and you're like, all right, I can counter pitch stack you. Don't worry about it. Got my seeds of tomorrow. We're ready. So, yeah, solid card. Definitely a staple. Definitely a staple. Righteous Cleansing. It has the Jarl in it. It's a staple, right? Yeah?
Is that Jarl, or is that just like another guy that's
I don't know.
wearing
It looks like a Jarl. It's good enough.
He's got like a hammer, and Jarl doesn't use a hammer, right?
I think
well, the Pulverized guy has a hammer in his art, and that's Jarl.
Is that Jarl?
Maybe.
Hold on, I'll check it out.
I don't know the lore as well.
Righteous Cleansing, 7 costs, yellow, 10 attack, crush effect that is somewhat relevant in certain situations, but in general, it's alright.
7 costs is a little awkward. You have to have the deck that builds around it, either with the seismic surges or with tunics.
Somebody said it's a literal angel.
Is it?
Maybe.
Is that what the lore?
Am I looking at the same card?
There's wings on it, which is funny because like the joke is it's a guardian angel. Yeah. All right. Anyway.
Yeah. I forgot.
Oh my god, he does have wings.
Does it?
I always thought that was like a cloak.
Nope, that's wings. But in general, I mean, this is probably the definition of like a conditional / baseline card. It's like right in the middle for me. Like it's okay, but it's not actively what I want to be doing. It's not a don't play. It's not like an unplayable card. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's there. It's a thing.
It's very good if you play Crumble into new with like, then you just hit all their chi.
That is a possibility. But then they're just going to get your staunch responses and whatever else blues that you're playing and block it.
Nah.
The effect's a weird one because it's like it's not direct value, but it's like people don't like getting hit by it. Being able to like sculpt their next hand and like take important cards away is like kind of annoying. But it's like hard to block the crush on it because you need to give more than 6 block.
You got to give 7.
So yeah, so it's like it's fine. Like, but again, I don't know if like fatigue is your main win con in a lot of the cases, and like this is kind of a card that's like maybe looking to do that, or just like be a big value attack and like slow mirrors, but
definitely a more fatigue level card. So I'll put it in conditional because I think it's like absolutely unplayable.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think I would put it in my Jarl deck though, but
Stamp Authority has the Jarl on it, so we play it.
I'm just saying, just a 1-of for the turn 1 play.
Yeah, your turn 1 play with all of your 2 or less costed blues in your deck that you never get the extra intellect on. Yeah.
This is your Anathos build, your Titan's Fist.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
So
wouldn't get
in
it.
one,
And
so that means conditional. In your one deck that you might be able to play this, that you probably still don't play because you need 6 attacks and higher. Right?
yeah.
Yeah, all right. The effect is good. I'll give you that. Like the card itself is something I've played in the past in like Bravos and stuff like that. It is a pretty powerful effect. But
Mm-hmm.
the consistency with the majority of the way that Jarl is going to be built at a competitive level, this card is not really playable. And I think the other aura options are, even though they are also not very playable, are better options if you're trying to play a more 3-block non-attack aura make my boots better style build. I think this is probably the worst one.
Yeah, it's kind of filler, and I don't think you really need like you have enough good options. I feel like you struggle to like play all the blues you would like think about wanting to play. So,
Yep,
I don't see like where this would like come in most of the time. So
it might even be
whatever.
a dope play situation, but I'll leave it in conditional because it does have good relevant text if you can make it consistent though. So
Yeah.
we'll do Choke Slam, and we'll kind of pair these together with the other 6s, right? So Choke Slam, you guys go ahead and start talking about that, and I'll find Buckling Blow in the other one.
I think Chokeslam is much worse now than it's ever been due to the banning of Art of War. This card is probably a conditional card because there are certain matchups you want to play it, but the builds in which you are playing the more elemental 3/6 builds, the deck isn't as good because you're not playing Tunic. You're playing Barkskin, so because of that, it's probably not as playable as you would hope it is. If Art of War, if an Art of War variant ever came back, or a deck that would reliably give +1 outside of like Ira, but your only counts are only 1 value, uh, it would probably be a little bit more playable. But until then, I think the card is probably conditional or don't play, depending on your configuration of Jarl.
That's an
Yeah,
opinion.
it's like good against Azalea. Not bad
Yeah.
against Brute. Like it's okay. I mean, it's one of the better 4-cost attacks. So it's like I don't. If you're gonna be playing a bunch of those in your deck, it's probably gonna make the cut.
Is it better than the other 2 that are in this currently discussing column, though? That's the question.
No. I'm a no. It's probably the worst because it's like, oh, I don't know, man. Oh, Buckling Blow is so good with the hero ability.
Yeah,
It's in the
Buckling Bow's
pre-con
kind
for
of
a reason, right?
Buckling's more synergistic with the equipment hate for the matchups when that's relevant. Debilitate is like never bad, but it's like never super great. Where like Choke Slam was always the sometimes it has no text and sometimes the text is super good. So if I had to like rank them, I would probably put like Buckling Blow as the best, and then Choke Slam, then Debilitate. But again, you're gonna have to play a Tunic deck that wants to play a bunch of 4 costs, or like a Seismic Surge deck. And you're gonna want like a good because you're already playing Mangle, so you need like a high density, and then you have other options too, like Mulch in the 4-cost Guardian category. So, are they gonna make the cut?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you're gonna play the blue one if you want to play like a lot of blue poppers and stuff. So they're fine. I don't know.
I think
Baseline.
if you guys disagree with this, then that's fine. I think because this one is actively like the worst at this stage with all the bans and whatnot, I do think a condition is probably where it needs to be because it only would really come in for me, at least if I was like really afraid of Azalea. You know what I'm saying? And then everything else, it's like whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, if Azalea's meta and you like want the extra hate versus her, or it's like pretty good against KO. Yeah. But if you just want the generic, like it debilitates really good in the mirror.
It's true. So is Buckling Blood.
Yeah. I mean, that's
so,
probably fine.
Yeah, because you have Mangle, you already have one contested 4-cost slot. You almost are never playing more than one additional 4-cost attack, is my thing. So, like,
And I would
You
probably drop
also
like
don't want to.
debilitate to conditional too. Then
Yeah,
I feel,
but
I
you
feel
also
like
don't want to view Mangle as a 4 cost in this deck. You want to view it as a 6 cost.
That's true, but you still have to agree that like that's where it's at when you're doing the Tunic plan. You're playing those turns, or you're playing like a Tectonic Crust build or something like that. It still is like within that line. Sure, you would prefer it to be a 6 cost card, but there are going to be times where you block with a couple of cards, you Tunic, you play it, and that's it. And it
yeah, it's
still does
flexible.
its
Like
job. Yep.
and with the Boreal Gauntlets, like a lot of times you'd rather have the +2 than the Dominate. So if you don't have your Earth card and maybe your Tunic's coming up, like you would rather just 2-card Mangle than like 3-card Mangle with Dominate. I think so. It's flexible, right? I
Sure.
don't know. Yeah, I like having Choke and Debilitate on the same row, and then Buckling Blows a little bit better.
Yep. Yeah, specifically in this, like the inherent power level of these cards are actually probably flipped. But
Sure.
yeah, in Jarl, this is generally the way I look at it too.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, it's fine. Warmongers. Powerful card. We know that. Very good.
Yeah, you want to think about Jarl's worst matchups, which is going to be like probably Viscerai, which Warmongers is pretty decent into. Azalea, which is I think is a pretty rough matchup for Jarl at the moment. I think Warmongers helps a lot with that matchup. So I mean, just because of the matchup spread that Warmongers is providing the help on, it is definitely a deck, a card that you should be thinking about in your deck. But I could see you not wanting to play it because you can also draw like hands that are asking you to play an aura, and you named War, and then you're just kind of like SOL. Because like if you name War, something happens, you can't activate Peak.
Right.
To be honest, it's like not really a card that I've like had thought about until like you just mentioned it now. So I'm like trying to think in my head like, is this actually like good? Because you didn't play Invictor because it like screwed up your clashes. But in this deck that doesn't really matter. And like if you're not playing Anathos, like the not turning that on doesn't really matter. So you would think that it's more free to play in your blue base compared to other Guardians, but I don't really just know if you need the effect. Because like if you want like 1-card plays that like shut people down, or like plays that take your action point that shut people down, like you can play things like Arctic Incarceration or like ice stuff. If you're playing Warmongers, you're not playing any ice cards or attacking at all. So
right.
I feel like you have a lot of your action point is more constrained, and you have a lot of other options that fit into more matchups. So I don't really know if you like need Warmongers for anything.
Yeah, but like it being a blue block 3 would just allow me to play it into like a baseline card where
it's
it
a
could be
baseline
meta
card.
dependent.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, it's strictly meta dependent.
Right.
If a deck like if more Viscerai S decks where you're playing non-attack, that's attacks become more popular, I would go up to above average. But until then, I mean, there's decks that can play around it and everything. And you also don't play perfectly into it also because of how your deck functions. But like just the strength off the back of certain matchups, I'd have to put it as baseline.
I agree. Yep. I think it's a good utility piece. This card cannot be lower than B because of its just inherent like shutdown in a lot of matchups. Well, I say a lot. There's a few matchups. Now, some decks can play around it, like this ride nowadays can definitely play around it. Azalea cannot, almost ever. So, I mean, this card is crazy in Azalea. But, yeah. Good card. Nobody can deny that. We'll do Buckle now. Everybody would think that this card is like exactly what you would want if you're playing like a disruptive, like blow up your equipment Guardian, right? And the card by itself isn't necessarily bad. It's no Terra Sunder, which I'll go ahead and put up here as well, since they're kind of like the same style of card. They do the same give +1 and dominate effect, but they definitely have different payoff techs for the on hits, right? But since we're talking about Buckle, I I don't think you need any more of these effects when you're already playing your Mangles and your Frozen to Death, and you want to have a versatile deck in many different scenarios, right? Like just having this card, if you need some more like non-attack 3 blocks and the fact that it costs 3 is pretty decent, sure. But I mean, you're gonna play Terra Thunder over this card for sure.
And maybe in like
I
your
agree.
Anathos like built deck, it's like okay, but like you said, with Mangle and Frozen to Death, you don't really need this to like blow up equipment. You know, putting this on like a buckling blow isn't really important anymore because Jarl can blow up equipment in other ways. You also have to be playing like Sledge or Anathos to like make this card worth it, because otherwise like your main targets are like Oaken Old, I guess, or like a 3-cost Guardian attack, and it's like that's not nearly as good as doing it with Terra Sunder. So
Exactly.
yeah.
And another thing
like
about Buckle, is that it's not always good. Like Tear Sunder is always a good card to play out if your hand can allow it. Buckle sometimes just does nothing other than just says dominate.
Yeah, so like unless you're literally killing them, which I've played Buckle in decks before just because I wanted like a blue card that threatens like a dominate to kill somebody, but a lot of times like they don't care about the text on it. And then they're just like, oh, you spent like 3+ cards to throw 7 at me. That's cool with me. At least Terra Sunder, disrupts them heavily. So
Exactly. So
Buckle's
I think
like conditional meh.
Yeah, it's man. I don't think it's necessarily don't play because I think there is a world where the card is decently powerful, right? But like, Terra Sunder is a whole different level. Same text except they discard 2 cards on hit, right? This card's been insane for a long time. I don't necessarily think it's a staple, especially with Summit, just because that's like really hard to do. I do think this card is above average just because of its added disruption. You do play like Oaken Olds just in general is 3 for 7. And in a pinch, you can say, okay, Terra Sunder, Oaken Old 8, like you were talking about, and then disrupting your opponent. So, do you disagree with the above average rating for this card?
Oh, that's good.
Aaron's dazed. He's out of here. I think he's frozen. Does he look frozen to you?
Yeah. I need him.
All right. Hold on. Technical difficulties, but we agree with the A. That makes sense. Do the BRB just to make sure. Aaron, no.
Did this happen?
Yeah, he's cutting out.
We need you, Aaron. Please.
We do. We do. You are important to this discussion. I think it's good so far. Do you guys like the tier list so far, chat? Oh. Are we muted? We are not muted.
Okay. What's that?
Do you guys like the tier list so far, chat? What do you think? How are you feeling about it? Oh, thanks, Taylor. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah.
Missing yield. What's his face?
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Ron. Oh, we gotta fix this. Him leaving has messed up the situation. What happened? Internet died? Okay. So that means that it's probably just cycled, so he'll be back in just a second.
Oh, this is horrifying. You just see my bald head.
That's it. That's all you get. Okay. We'll go ahead and keep going just for a little bit, just to go move forward.
We might play games after.
We will probably not play games after. Oh, there he is.
Okay. Ed told me no. Never mind.
I'm back.
He's back. We did it. Okay, let me get the OBS back up. And then live stream stuff. Okay, so now that we're back, do you agree with the A tier for the Terra Sunder? I assume you do.
Yeah, Terra Sunder?
Yeah.
Yes. Above average. Great.
Great card. Great card. Oakenold, S tier. Obviously, it's so good. It's one of the reasons to play this hero.
Yeah, staple. Like until they ban it, just play it. It's like really good.
Right.
It's consistent enough to play that like you might as well.
So one of the chatters is asked, what percentage of your all player base do we expect to ditch Earth and go full ice? Just to give you an idea, right? I think you're gonna have some Earth just in general. Like you're gonna have to play it for the consistency for your Oakenolds, even just the crumbles. Like you can pitch stack second cycle and do that. I think there's a world that is possible. I think you're gonna want at least some things like Autumn's Touch or Fruits of the Forest type situation. There is a list that I played more recently that I was trying out that is more ice centric. It is more like fuse base, and it's been pretty good. But you can definitely tell when you have some issues doing the necessary double fuse that you need, right? But not to get too off topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, and one more thing to add is that the pure ice build doesn't have enough damage sometimes to actually, even though you can disrupt your opponent, they can just sit there, do nothing, and pass. And it kind of just messes up the deck because you have to string ice to ice to ice to ice. And sometimes that just doesn't happen. And so you don't have enough damage to progress the board state in a way that actually is impactful for your disruption. And the earth usually helps with the damage.
Yep, Earth is the pump, ice is the disruption generally, which is kind of funny because you got like Felling of the Crown and Plow Under that are also disruption, but whatever. In general, the identity is buffs. Like if you think of the Starbow Hero power, it's +2 go and dominate. Dominate is the disruptive piece of the ice that is shown in that, and the +2 is the earth. So yeah, in general, it gives you a little bit more closing power. I think you're gonna have more ice. That's inherent because of the hero power and whatnot and the way it works. But you will definitely still be a somewhat Earth, like maybe 12 Earth, 13 Earth at a minimum style situation, right? Okay. But we know Oakenold is insane. It's one of the main reasons to play this. You can more naturally fuse the Oakenolds because of the crumble. So we'll put that right next to it. And the Pulse of Eisenloft, same thing as well. It is a dual Earth and Ice card, so it's automatically stable. You play it. It's a defense reaction in a pinch. When you need it, you use it more as a defense reaction in this deck than you did with Oldham in the past because you don't have the double Ice react, Earth react situation. But what's neat about this card is when you play it, because it is ice, if you play it on against like Brute, for example, you play it against them, you give them a Frostbite, and you can actually just like halt their turn and stop their second attack. It's pretty neat. Mm-hmm. I do like that a lot. As long as they don't have an equipment piece, which you're kind of disrupting as well, right?
You play it more. You play it more often too because you are arsenaling it after you fuse it, and you don't have Crown of Seeds, so you have to play it. Most of the time in Oldham, you would just Crown of Seeds, tuck it away.
Yep. So, yeah, in general, these cards, great. Got to play these. These are staples. Always going to be there. Can you keep the cards in the current discussing tier? Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're talking about this. Get a little confused sometimes otherwise. But yeah, obviously, this is going to be S tier. We're basically done talking about it anyway. But yeah, these are the cards that if you don't already own these cards and you're looking to pick up the Armory deck, these are the base that you're going to try to build. There might be one or two more that are going to be inherent, like all-stars that are staples. Some generic, some not type thing. But you can definitely start with this base, not the Mangle, but like the Oakenolds, the Pulse, and Sink Blows and whatnot, and you're good to go. Never Yield, and I'm going to go ahead and add Nerves of Steel to this as well. So these are auras, and that's where I'll keep it there and let you.
That's where the discussion ends.
That's it.
They're auras. I don't know, put him next to Stamp Authority, I guess. I don't really know how to evaluate these. Like, Never Yield's like a card that I always like revisit a lot and like go back and reading it, and I'm like, like, is this finally good?
So
I don't know.
Reading the text,
okay.
right? You have to be you got to be behind for the card to act to give you benefit. You got to be at less life. You got to have less equipment, and you got to have less cards in hand, like no cards in hand to get a draw card, which you're not really capitalizing off the draw in a lot of cases. Honestly, that's probably the best one out of all these because you want to have more equipment than your opponent because you're playing an equipment heavy destruction plan, kind of, right? Like it's just built into your package. So they're going to have less equipment than you. You're also playing a shield, which means you already start with more equipment than almost every other class, right? And then you being at less life, yeah, that happens. You having less cards, yeah, that happens. But in general, this isn't a card I actively want to be playing unless I'm trying to fatigue. So if there's a fatigue build where that's happening, then maybe. If I'm playing Sledge and I'm playing CYB and stuff, then sure, maybe. But the big thing is that it's an aura, it's a blue 3 block that is 3 costs, so it works with your Titan's Fist if you're trying to be a little more aggressive with that, and it works with your boots, your Oath boots. So that goes here. Same thing with Nerves of Steel. I think this one is probably the more playable out of most of them just because you can work this with your bark skin, maybe. And it's okay against like the really low to the ground decks. To keep it around, you have to not take damage. And any deck that is centered around 2 power attacks, it's pretty good. So you can get multiple uses out of your Stalagmite if it's 2 or less power. Same thing with your bark skin. So something like Kasai, for example, you can block with your Stalagmite. On their 2, they don't normally front pump unless they like Blade Flurry, and then oops, my Nerves of Steel is gone anyway. But it's a situation that's like okay. So it's probably better than Never Yield and Stamp Authority, but it's right next to them, right?
Yeah, and whenever Adult Benji comes out, this card will be a staple.
That's true. That's true. This card would be very good with Adult Benji if it's the same kind of text.
Someone mentioned in chat Dagger meta in Hunted. It actually might be much better into the new Dagger heroes.
It could be good. Could be good. So conditional might be a little bit better. So
honestly,
bye. Yep. Okay, Biting Gale. This card I have some fondness for because I played it to a top 16 at a Calling in my Oldhim deck where I was playing Biting Gale. I had Ice Fuse, and then I would Ice React with Oldhim, and then I would end somebody's turn immediately. And it was super fun and super cool. But in Jarl, you do not have that option, so you have to keep your dinky Ice card. And yeah, you disrupted them. Is that good enough? Personally, I don't think so.
Do you play this in your CYB deck, Taylor?
I am right now. As we're talking, I am updating. Thank you.
Yeah?
He forgot this card existed, and he's like, wait a second, this is perfect.
Sorry, I was thinking of Crown of Thieves, and now we're here.
Yeah, so because of that reason, right, we don't have Crown of Seeds. We have Rampart as an option. You can play that. But this is a 2-cost 4 block defensive reaction with a requirement for you to keep an additional card in your hand, right? Like now you would start the turn by preventing, or not preventing, but like disrupting them, and maybe you can use the Ice card to block or keep it to use Eyes and Peak or something on the following turn. But in general, this is, to me, it's not good enough.
Yeah, you don't really have a use for the other resource most of the time. So
Rampart.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Most
but like,
but
the Ice card is like, you better hope that it's a good Ice card for you to play like a Hypothermia, or you're just gonna peak, and like, it's not doing a whole lot.
Oh yeah, we did miss a card. Thank you, Chad.
This?
He said you don't have Imposing Visage in your tier list.
It's here. We just haven't gotten to it yet. We can talk about it next. But I think this is a card that is probably in the don't play category, but I hate to put it there just because it does have some utility. And I'm a little fond of it and a little biased. What do you guys want to do? You want to put it in don't play or C? Because it's not going in baseline.
It's right now in my CYB Jarl deck.
So don't play. Got it.
Yep, yeah,
Alright,
don't play.
Or
sounds good.
conditional, I
Alright.
guess. I don't know. Whatever. Don't
Next.
play.
No, it's don't play. We're going to say don't play.
Fine.
Ouch.
Okay, impose it. Since we have a chatter talking about it.
I love this card.
This card's great. I do think it's good.
Cast
So
this card a lot in Bravo.
yes, I have also played this a lot in Bravo. Now you get the high roll in Bravo, being able to get a showtime, be able to play a pulverize and whatnot. But I would argue it's honestly better in this deck because you can go get your crumble, 2-card go get crumble turn 1, or you can 3-card go get Channel Lake Frigid turn 1, or whatever. Doesn't matter. It's a way for you to utilize more of your cards in your hand if you have nothing going on, right? Which is a thing that we talked about does happen in certain scenarios, right? Non-attack is something that new can't really play and get benefit out of. It's a non-attack that benefits off the embodiment of earths that you're getting through your bark skin or through your root-bound trunks type thing, right? Like, it's just a solid card. You can go get hypothermia. There's another option. You can get any of these auras if you're playing like a Nerves of Steel style list and you have this dagger-centric meta that we're coming into where it could be very, very good. But the fact that it tutors and allows you to capitalize on these extra cards is very important. And it's honestly like super crazy in the mirror too, especially when you get that crumble. Like we said earlier, you get a crumble out like super early in the mirror, you just like gain so much virtual value based on your block cards getting better. They block less. Your Oakenolds are hitting for more. These types of things. Or they're hitting more often, I should say.
Yeah, the 0-cost auras are pretty great with it, to be honest. Being able to like toolbox, get like a hypo. Yeah, hypo and crumble.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sick.
Yeah, you can even
this
get like
card
truce.
has like this card is probably like one of the greatest like glow ups of any card in Fab from like when it was first released to where it is now. Just like watching it like slowly be adapted over like 2.5 years has been like one of the coolest things.
For sure.
I remember it coming out, everyone was trash talking it, and now it's like, hey, let's just throw this in the deck, and it's just good, and that's nice to see.
Yep. This is a staple. You guys agree?
It's a 3-cost 3-block.
Yeah.
So it's like even in the builds where that matters, it's still good. So
staple.
I'd call it a staple. Yeah, I actually would.
Yeah. I'll be very surprised if any deck top 8s without it.
More turn 0 plays is good.
Yep.
I love going first.
So we got Turn Timber next, but I'm gonna do a more comparable card to that as well. So we got Staunch Response. So, and when we're talking about these cards, let me clarify too. We're talking about any colors, right? So Staunch Response, red, yellow, blue. In this case, it would be like Icequake, red, yellow, blue. In general, we would only play the Icequake reds type thing. But in general, whatever the version of the card that makes the most sense is what's going on in the tier list. So to me, at this point, the reds make the most sense. I could see an argument for yellow because they stop Oakenold and they pitch to your CNCs. I think that's perfectly fine. I think that's a decent reasoning there. In the blues, I'm not big on the blues unless you're playing like your CYB Taylor list. Right?
Yeah, that's a good idea. What can I do with the one floating?
Okay, so what do you guys think about this card in the aspect of Jarl?
Conditional. I think the card is too strong to be a don't play because like it will eventually have function. Yeah. And as of right now, maybe it's not the best meta pick, but it will be conditionally good at some point in the next 6 months, more than likely.
I think this card's more baseline. That's my opinion on this.
Oh, okay.
Because if you're looking for a big defense reaction, I think this is going to be your go-to one because it has the consistency of stopping the big threats in the mirror. It has the consistency of being pretty decent into some of these like mid-range style lists, right? Whereas like Turn Timber, for example, is a 6 where you have to have an earth, and depending on the way your deck's built, you might not have that earth, and it's just a 6, right? So, Aaron, do you disagree with the baseline?
No, I like it. One thing to keep in mind about Staunch is that when you're playing the mirror, you're probably going to be given and give frostbites here and there. So the 2 cost on Staunch kind of insulates you from a random frostbite that they might have given you, and it still allows you to play the card. Whereas like overloading your deck with Sink Below type cards, could get punished by them randomly playing a Winter's Bite or some kind of frostbite effect or something.
Yep.
Yeah,
That is very
yeah,
true.
I like it.
Now, it's not better than those effects in general, but yes, in that matchup, it can be a make it or break it situation. So, this card, I'm going to say baseline. Now, talking about Turn Timber, since we're kind of looking at those in tandem, it's just a step below, but not by much, right? If you need a big react, you start with Staunch. If you need more big reacts, you add Turn Timber type situation, right?
Yeah, Turn Timber is mainly like how important would that one extra block be, and how often is it like super important that you don't pay into Staunch? Because like most of the time, like the 7 or the 10 from Staunch is gonna get the job done. So, and Turn Timber is a slightly more clunky card. So, but it's more efficient when it works. So, are there any important breakpoints where like the 8 versus 7 matters, and not needing to pay into the Staunch or the D-React to get the extra block value? Like, how important is that? So it's kind of narrow, so I tend to think Staunch is better, but it is something to think about.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in conditional, just because like it's not that much worse. It's not as like flexible, but it's definitely playable in a world where Guardian has taken over. Right? Not that Guardian is taking over. Don't worry about that.
No,
not yet.
No.
Okay, let's go with Blue Glacial Footsteps.
Why does new exist?
That's true. So Glacial Footsteps, red and blue, are the ones that I have predominantly been messing around with, more so the blues, just because it's a little more consistent to be able to throw in your deck, but you have to be a little concerned about new. Because new being able to say, okay, here's 8 for free, or 1 card technically, I guess. That's kind of a big deal. And if you're playing Terra Sunder, it's even worse, right? So you have to like figure out a balance between some of these attacks if you're actively adding Terra Sunder in some number, right? But the red ones have also been very good, especially in that kind of list that we were talking about where you're playing a little more evenly costed, 3 costs and your 6 costs and whatever else, right?
I'm a big fan of this. I like the Thunderquake stat line in Guardian a lot. I also think that like the Fuse Dominate is really good to close out a lot of games when otherwise you might have issues actually killing someone when they're like just blocking constantly. Because you don't always throw enough damage, or you don't have a break point, and like the game could just stall out for more turns than it should, because you just don't have finishing power. This gives you finishing power. It gives you more things to do on turn 0. If you just like throw 10 dominate at them on turn 0, that's like pretty good. It's good. It's a good like mid-range mirror math card, for playing other Guardians or Florian or something like that.
I definitely agree. Agree. It's in. It's probably in like more than half my decks, especially the blues. Right, it's just a solid card. This is definitely above average. I don't consider it a staple, just because there are going to be variants where you don't want to play any attacks in your blues and whatnot. But definitely,
it's like the first blue attack you put in your deck. So if you're maybe playing like one set, a lot of times like my list will end up with like I'll have one set of blue attacks, and then I can just side them out versus new. Glacial's like the one that I play because it like is the most useful. So
yeah.
For example, I like the red one personally, but
in this situation, like what you're talking about with the blues against new, with that kind of format for the blues, you can take out these, and now the Terra Sunders don't have to be taken out, and they have the added utility, right, of being able to be used on your sledge if you're playing sledge or whatever.
Yeah.
So just something to think about. A lot of things that we've been thinking about lately. But I kind of skipped. I was kind of looking over here in this situation too. Now, we had Rouse and we have Zealous in the condition. Completely agree with that. But there's a couple of other cards that also fit the go again aspect style situation, and we'll go ahead and talk about these first. Let's start with Out Muscle. What do you guys think about this card? I'll give you my opinion after.
If you think Go Again is really important and your blue base doesn't support Zealous Belting, it's not bad. But it's really only great with like Anathos. You could play it with Sledge, but you kind of have to have the tunic counter up for that play to work. And it's pretty mid with like Winter's Whale, and it's really bad with Summit. So if you're playing like Anathos and this card, you're probably also playing all the attacks. So you could just play Zealous Belting. So I don't know what build you would like play this card over Zealous Belting, and I don't know if you're gonna play like that many Go Again cards.
Yeah.
Not bad, but
Definitely not. I think there'll be metas in which this card is very good in the deck, and there'll be metas where this card just does nothing.
Yeah, so that's kind of the definition of a conditional card as well. But I do actively believe, at least at this point, because of its flexibility of not having to have the sixes, it might be just slightly above the Zealous Belting. Just ever so slightly.
And the one thing too about this card is it does fit the 3/6 cost curve of like Glacial Footsteps and stuff. So that is a big bonus. So like you can go Jackdaw into Felling or something.
Right.
I guess the most likely scenario is like you're playing a list that has a bunch of 3 costs, but they aren't attacks. So maybe you have a bunch of 3 cost auras because you want to be good into new, or you just don't want the attack actions. And then you're able to play Anathos while not losing to new, and then you could play Outmuscle Anathos and still turn on the Anathos.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting build philosophy there too. I think that is more than reasonable in that case. And you do that, and then in a style of build like that too, you would kind of like to play E-Strike in that situation, kind of round out these go again effects, but also the utility of being able to, fix your hand in a way, treat this as like a pseudo blue and still be able to send 7 or draw a card. And as long as it's not the block card, you're pretty happy with most of the cards you draw, right? So E-Strike is definitely the best out of all of these, just because of its flexibility. But does it still need to be conditional? I think it's better than conditional.
I like it. I think E-Strike's like the ultimate mid card. I think this discussion's been had a lot, but it never does anything like super amazing, but it's never really bad. Like
it's filler.
At worst, it's filler, right? Like it's insurance against red heavy hands. It gives you the ability to extend your hand when you gain tempo. Even if it's not like the best rate, going 5 go again is better than doing nothing. And then maybe you just E-Strike for 7 is like a fine like 2-card hand. Like it does a lot of things decently well enough in a deck that kind of needs that flexibility, because some of your cards just don't do everything, specifically with extending hands. So being able to convert cards into damage is pretty important. I think it's one of the better cards at doing that.
Yep. So to me, this is, again, I keep using the definition of things, but this is a baseline card, right? Like it's not amazing. It doesn't suck. That's for sure. Like pretty decent card. So baseline.
Yeah.
Put it right in
there. And another thing about the go again option is with this hero, you can actually go again Coronet Peak, or
Yep.
Go Again, Crumble, which is a really cool little line that you can have with this deck that you don't have with any other deck.
Yeah, that is a really big point, and I appreciate you bringing it up. But the use case of, yeah, you don't have like just a 3-cost hammer or anything like that in this deck generally, being able to go like E-Strike into to Crumble is actually pretty huge. That, and then E-Strike into Hypothermia, E-Strike into Coronet Peak, like E-Strike into Warmonger's Diplomacy. There are so many things that like this is pretty solid. E-Strike into Arctic Incarceration. The list goes on, right? It's just a pretty interesting, flexible card. But it's, again, it's still, to me, kind of a baseline card. It's not something that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to play this. Maybe it is above average. You guys think it's above average?
It always has been until it's banned.
Welcome to Wraith generics. So good.
Yeah,
I think I like
good,
it
man.
enough. I think the utility is good enough that it is above average, but it's not going to be in every deck. That let's do it that way.
Yeah,
we'll agree with that. Okay, the Aaron Gray special, the Entangle.
Love Entangle.
Yeah,
man, Earth Fused Guardian attacks are so good, man. Like,
they are good.
Mulch is killer. This card is a little bit worse than Mulch, but it's easier to play. So it depends on how your deck is built, right? Again, the problem before was that Earth cards were really bad, and when you're fusing in a Guardian, you're probably arsenaling that card that you fused with. So if all of your fused targets are bad, then these cards just aren't good, right? But now that we have good Earth cards that we actually want to fuse, like Felling and Carapace, we have things like Fruits of the Forest, which we don't have to arsenal. The Earth Fuse is actually like a lot more comfortable to play. So cards like Entangle and Mulch get much better. This is kind of like a better version of Debilitate because it only has to hit. Crush is a really kind of it's a pretty bad effect because it's pretty easy for your opponent to defend it. Yep. On hit is so much better, and this is like your 2-card 9. If you just want like good value here, it's like pretty solid.
Yep.
Is it like crazy like powerful? I mean, not necessarily. I mean, it's pretty mid card, but like if you just want that filler, like good high value like trading card, like trading back and forth, like mid range stuff, it's pretty solid. I like it. Games. Yeah, trading TCG.
Yeah, the card guys.
The card guys, the Entangle guys. One thing also is like, I think that Terra Sundering your 3-for-7s comes up quite a bit in these types of decks.
For sure.
Especially in matchups where, like, if you're playing Summit, you can't really Terra Sunder Summit. Or like with Sledge, you maybe don't have your Tunic up, or with Titan's Fist, it's not that good to do it. So actually, like, when you have tempo, or if it just comes up, like putting a Terra Sunder on an Okanold, like when you can't fuse it, just for 8 dominate, discard 2 is actually pretty good. And Entangle's like another card that lets you do that.
Yep. I'm willing to put this in baseline because I do think its utility is pretty okay, and it's better than some of these other like random things, right?
I agree. I think this card could see play pretty easily, and no one would really be shocked.
Yep. I think the same goes with Snow Under. And I'll kind of talk about this one just a little bit. I do think this effect on the Entangle is better, but I think the ability to use other synergies within the deck with Snow Under is worth mentioning. Things like Insidious Chill or Amulet Ice, which is not in the card list below, but it is in the pre-con, so it's just something to think about. And the on-hit is not necessarily irrelevant either. You're taxing them versus giving them -2 with Entangle. These are kind of the counterparts of each other. But it's kind of the same idea. It's kind of the same stat blocks. You can Terra Sunder it, all the things that Aaron mentioned. And then your ice cards are generally your better cards that you're willing to arsenal more so in general anyway, right?
Yeah, because like
sort of, yeah. I mean, you have a lot of bad ice blues though.
Other than like Channel Mount Eisen or something like that, but you're okay arsenaling a Winter. You're okay arsenaling a Blizzard. You're okay arsenaling Hypothermia, Channel like Frigid.
Depends on your list.
Yeah,
Like you might have a
exactly.
list that plays more. I mean, every card we talk about is going to be it depends on how you build your list, but that's
Yeah,
just
for sure.
what Jarl is. But like you could have more red ice cards in your deck. Maybe you're playing like red Frostfangs because you're wanting to do like the pummel 2-cost thing. You know, Winter's Bite, Ice Quake, whatever. You know, you might have more good ice targets than earth targets. Then the Snow Under is, you know, obviously the better, more consistent option. Or if you're doing more heavy Earth, Earthler Surge, Decompose, that kind of stuff, then the Entangle's like more consistent. I think they're close enough that like if you want this type of card, it's just whichever your deck is built towards. Do you have more ice stuff or do you have more Earth stuff?
Yep. I agree. So that's why I'm going to put these next to each other. Now, mulch, technically the best effect out of all of these, right? Great
I
card,
love
but
mulch.
the issue with mulch is that like the matchups that you actively want to be bringing it into are the matchups that you generally want something like bark skin if you're playing a more earth heavy style list. And if you're playing a more pummel heavy style list, there are better options to pair with your pummels, right? Just most of the time. And if you're playing an earth heavy style list, I think I already said this, but like the decompose aspect, which means that you play less pummels, which means that you're probably not playing tunic. Like these are just kind of like some somersaulting that you have to go back and forth and figure out what the heck's going on. Still, one of the best fuse effects, but I believe this is right next to those other cards in the baseline territory, just like buckling blow.
Yeah, I think it's definitely stronger than the other two for sure. It's a little more awkward because of the 4-cost thing. Like if you're playing a Earth Decompose deck, you're probably on like a bark skin type of list, and if you're doing that, then you're not able to cast 4-costs that well. You really want to like play Tunic with your 4-costs, and if you're playing Tunic, then like you're either not decomposing or you are, but you don't have the bark skin, so you're giving up that part of the value, and it's like it just doesn't fit in as well, even though the effect is like the best in my opinion.
Yep. So still baseline, decent card. Can't complain.
Yeah.
Taylor, what do you think about this pretty gem right here?
Oh, that card sucks as of right now.
Yeah, it's not great, right? There's no surge payoffs or anything like that. There's no cards that's like, if you have a surge, blah, blah, blah. And there's no like prime to fight equivalent of really needing something like a surge.
I'm going to say, I'm not here to fluff it up. I think the card is unplayable as a no block as of right now. That doesn't mean that it will remain that way with the Guardian Mastery set. But as of right now, I do not think that the risk of running a no block in your deck that doesn't even turn on Amethyst, which isn't that big of a deal, because you know you might not be playing it. But the number of 4-cost Guardian attacks you are playing isn't high enough to facilitate the risk of playing this card. So I personally would not play this.
I mean, there's no guarantee that you pay off of the surge anyway, which is the problem.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because like you don't run enough 4-cost.
Right.
I mean, you could in like a list that's designed around it, but like the 0 block is too risky. Actually, I know what it lets you play mulch in your barkskin list.
Oh my god, he's figured it out.
Okay.
No, yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know. Just don't play, I guess. Or, I mean, if you really like the card,
it's a don't play.
But
I will not build a list with Grandor, at least at this stage. No way.
Wait till August.
Jose. All right,
wait till August.
Yep. Yeah, a whole year from now. Yep.
Look, man, I don't make the schedule for LSS, okay? I just abide by it.
Let's talk about Channel Lake Frigid.
Ooh, good card.
This card's a lot of things, and they're all great.
Staple. This Aura Ice 3-block. Lets you use big hands. Disrupts people.
Give a frostbite to your opponent if they have an open equipment.
Yep. Amazing against aggro.
I mean, it does everything you want a card to do. Literally everything.
Well, the only downside is it doesn't cost 3 for your weapons, so
whatever.
Oh
well, card's great. Let's talk about another aura. Do you guys even know the name of this card?
Hold on, I'm waiting for that.
No, don't look up.
I'm not looking it up. It's like I'm watching the stream, so I'm like a
I'm
couple
Oh,
watching the
seconds
stream,
behind.
so I have to like wait a second for you to.
Are you talking
so
about
that's why
emerging
when you're like,
avalanche?
That's it. Emerging
Okay.
avalanche.
Yeah,
You figured it out. So,
I figured that's what you're talking about.
yeah. Do you remember what the card does?
I believe it's like it's the same copy of like the Strength of Sequoia type aura, where it's like it gives
Yes.
+3, but it has go again, right?
Yes.
And if you fuse, it gives a frostbite.
Correct.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the counterpart to the Strength of Sequoia. You're correct. But instead of making a Seismic Surge, it makes a Frostbite under your opponent's control based on its elemental fuse, and the plus value is +3, +2, +1 per color. And yeah, this card sucks.
Yeah, I did read this card when Jarl was spoiled as I was like looking through elemental cards. That's why I remembered it. Otherwise, I would not have known what this does. But
Taylor, tell us a reason to play this card.
you want to go home early on Saturday
All
to
right.
hang out with your dogs.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
it's an aura with go again. That is something to like consider at least. It's not as strong, I guess, as like.
Is it better than these though?
Ones.
No.
Which ones?
I don't even think it's better than these like do nothing ones.
Are we talking about like the red or the blue one?
The blue.
Well, the blue. Yeah,
it specifies attack action is the other issue, and I don't know. I have a distaste for this card. I really do. I think
I was kind of only thinking of the red one, to be honest.
The red one's pretty bad too, man.
It's like the blue is just like +1 and a frostbite. Yeah. It's like you could have just played an ice card, give him a frostbite.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Exposed to the elements. Yeah, it's a don't play.
Okay.
Exposed to the elements. This is 3 of in the new Jarl deck, and everybody was pretty hype about this card. How do we feel about this card?
In matchups where it's very like important for you to kill a specific equipment that has 1 or less blocking power, it's pretty good because you don't need to do any kind of setup. You know, where your other stuff you need to crumble or buckling blow, and then you can mangle or frozen to death. Here it's just like a 1-card thing. Obviously you have to catch them when they don't have resources, and you know it's, I guess, resource intensive on your side. But if you're playing a slow matchup where killing key equipment is important enough, it's pretty good at doing that.
Yep.
I think it's.
This has got to be like Vergence's like worst nightmare, right?
Oh, it depends. It depends on how they play around it and whatnot, because they can pretty easily play off of 2 cards or lead with like a Surgent Aethertide, see what you do type thing. But hey, when they Surgent Aethertide, you get to pay the 1 and then expose them, which is kind of cool too, right? So
yeah, I don't know. They'd have to like IP themselves a lot to like play around it constantly.
This is a card they have to look out for sure. But it's not the only card they have to look out for. They have to look out for like Frozen Death as well. So it's not like in all reality, they can't really like get around getting their plume broken, which is bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
Downside of this card though is it has no element text. It's only fused. It's an elemental card. It just doesn't have ice or earth. It requires ice and earth to be the most efficient. It costs 2, so it's a 2-card do not block situation. So it's very like sideboard, bring it in against matchups where you gotta blow up like a key piece, like Tunic into a Sledge Mirror, or the Plume, or the Grasp of the Arknight. Or if you have, this card gets better when you have cards like Amulet of Ice and Insidious Chill. So something to keep in mind when you're playing the Precon and you're trying to upgrade that and you like that play style. Insidious Chill is a good upgrade for that. Just to kind of have some inherent like payoff to making like such a tempo negative play as well, right? But
yeah, also thinking about it, you know what else works really good with 2 costs? Rampart.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Is it CYB or is it Exposed to the Elements?
Who knows? Which one are we doing? That's fair. You make a great point. But let's figure out where we put this.
Probably conditional.
Yeah, like conditional, but it's like not in the sense that it's like not good, but in the sense that it actually is just like really conditional.
Conditional.
So.
Yeah, it's literally super conditional. Okay. Cool.
It's like a great one or two of like here and there if it's really important, but it's
Right.
like you're not gonna like slam in every deck in every matchup.
Okay. Tome of Harvests. I have to remember the name. Which tells you something about this card.
I don't like it that much in Guardian because on one hand, you're more likely to arsenal like mid cards that you might want to cycle, as we talked about earlier. On the other hand, like 3 random cards isn't that great a lot of the times. Like it kind of it's okay. So if you have full tempo and your hand is full of blues and you happen to have a Toma Harvest, maybe you don't have a better play, and then you like Toma Harvest trying to dig for like a hand that does something.
Sure.
It's not the worst thing ever. But it's a Earth 2-block. So
it's a book. They didn't burn this one though.
It is a book. Drawing cards is broken. If you're playing a deck that needs more Earth blues and you've already like gone through like the best ones, then yeah, it's probably not one of the worst ones. I don't know if it's like a slam dunk though. It's okay.
Answering the chat, this amulet is legal. I just did not get the image. We could talk about it briefly. It'll go in the same spot as Alexa still. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, Tome, if you need more Earth, I typically agree. I think this is one of the okay options. But I mean, you're contesting so many good blues at this point that like you just really don't have a lot of space. And it's a card that's like, it's adding more variance to your deck you're trying not to be high variance in. So like,
at least when I built, I haven't felt like I was like looking for more Earth cards to play.
Right,
so.
Exactly. And if you need a card that needs to fix your shitty arsenal that you put in there, then you just play something like Seasons Tomorrow.
Or Standing Order.
Whoa.
Sure.
Let him cook.
Oh, he's adding it to his CYV deck. Watch out.
I'm actually doing it as we speak.
Okay. I don't think this card is bad enough to be a don't play card. It's probably another conditional card. We're getting a lot of conditional cards here. We might rearrange and do like a redistribution just a little bit. But
this whole deck is conditional.
Yeah, I mean, like it's the way you build. But honestly, I'm okay putting it. I'm putting it in don't play too, just because like we put Earth.
Let's be more aggressive. We need to like call more cards bad.
Don't play this card.
This is
don't
boring.
Play this card. This sucks.
Okay.
It's good
right
with
back, guys. You guys
Earth
keep
Lord
chatting.
Bounty.
Okay.
So Earth Lord Bounty, this card, all right. You know what I'm saying?
Earth Lord Bounty. Oh,
the chest. You get 3 surges, my brother.
Then you can play your Entangle for free. Value.
Count me in. All right.
It's don't play. That's fine.
It's a don't play.
Next.
We mentioned Season Tomorrow. I'll go ahead and skip to that. This is another Arsenal-centric style card. I actually do think this card is quite strong, at least in this style of list. It's another Earth that you can use as an effective blue staunch response in a way. But it's prevention, so it like goes throughout the turn. It's good against Wizard. Like you have some utility there.
And it's
I think the card's solid
too, right? So it's like the good kind of prevention.
Exactly.
It's definitely better than Steadfast.
Yes,
on the left there. If you want like a prevention effect, it's good. Earth card, I like it.
I think this is baseline.
Yeah, baseline.
Okay. Now, Steadfast, one of those cards.
Don't play.
Yeah, it's just awful. If you were to play a prevention, this prevents 6, but like you would rather play something like the Oasis, right? Just because you have the utility of being able to use your extra resources as needed, and you get the gain of life. But this card, actively bad, doesn't do anything. Don't play this over Oasis. Oasis being a card. against Kano and against like random things. It's decent in the CYB style deck. I know Taylor's not here, but he'd be very excited about this card and being like, it's insane. It's great. It's amazing.
Yeah, like it's worse than D-Reacts, and if like you need prevention, it's because of like wizards, and then like there are better options. So
right, I'm willing to put this in conditional, just because it's not a card that I actively want to be playing all the time. But sorry, I'm reading the message. What's the name of that card you placed on baseline? Can't see good. The Seeds of Tomorrow. I assume that's the one you're talking about. I'm hovering now. So it's a prevent 5 is what this card is. And it goes throughout the turn. But yeah, do you agree with this being conditional?
Oasis.
Taylor, Oasis is conditional?
Yes.
Okay.
CYB.deck is conditional, so...
Yes. Yes. Now, it's good in that deck, but... So, tomorrow. All right, this is one of the better Earth cards, Earth Blues, that you can be playing. And it's only blue. You don't play any other color. Like, every other color sucks. But the blue one's pretty good.
Yeah, it's okay. You probably like it a lot more than I do, but
I'm not in love with it.
It just hasn't like come up as much for me.
I don't think you need it as much after testing a whole lot. I think the card's good. I think you could play like a 1 of just to have like a little extra longevity in like a mirror situation or something like that. I don't think this card is a 3 of by any means. But I think it's baseline.
It might be the best blue Earth card after Autumns and Fruits.
Mm-hmm.
Not really sure.
Yep.
And if you want more blue Earths than that, then you're probably that's probably like the next best one. Like it's either that or like Toma Harvest or
not Toma Harvest.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like Toma Harvest.
There's not a lot of good Earth blues. We'll just put it at that.
We'll do baseline. Yeah. Baseline's good.
Sure, that's fine.
While we're talking about those, since you brought it up, so we have Autumn's Touch and Fruits of the Forest. So Autumn's Touch first.
Yum, yum.
This is the main 3 block Earth card that we have access to, besides the the attacks that we're going to be playing and whatnot. But when it comes to the blues, it's like this is it. It's all we got.
Best card from Tales of Aria.
It's so good it got banned.
Best Earth common. Best Earth card.
It's one of the better ones, for sure.
I love Raging Onslaught.
Yeah?
Yeah, you definitely play it. It's a staple.
For
like, you're going to play the blue one, because, like, you're going to play some number of Earth Blues, and, like, this is the best one, because your Earth Blues aren't really doing a lot most of the time, and, like, having one that blocks 3 is just, like, the best thing you can kind of get out of it, so.
Yeah, the only thing that's, like, kind of sad about it is if you were wanting to be, like, completely impervious to new, like, but you really want to play this card, yeah, it's better than an attack by an 8, but, like, I mean, it's something. But you love it in every other matchup. It doesn't matter. So this is an above average card.
As long as Oakenold needs to be in your deck, like, you probably need to play this, because you can't just play the dual element ones, so unless you can, I guess you could build the deck to only have red Earth cards, and then just try and always fuse with a red Earth card, but
well, you're gonna have the blue ones anyway with the dual.
Yeah, well, like those plus red Earth cards,
right? Yep.
But yeah, I don't know, whatever.
Well,
staple.
You wouldn't do that because we get Fruits of the Forest. So Taylor, tell us how yummy this card is. That was kind of cringe.
Oh, this card just does. What'd you say?
What I said was kind of cringe.
Oh yeah, no. So I think this card is pretty exceptional for the fact that it kind of can play. It allows you to play off of a bigger card hand. It also feels for your decompose on turn 0, which is a huge deal.
Yep.
It can also is very good into dominated attacks or attacks such as like Kadachi, kind of like what Sigil of Solace does.
Mm-hmm.
Where you get to cover 2 essentially for the price of 1. It's also a great fuse target where you can just discard it to gain 2, and then if it's on like an oak and old, just arsenal your ice card.
Yep.
The card is just an all-around all-star. Kind of does everything you kind of want it to be doing as an Earth card. I would be surprised if it's anything other than a staple.
Turn
I
0
agree.
play.
Yeah.
The oak and old fuse is the biggest thing about it.
Yep. I think it's more of a staple than Autumn's Touch.
Yum yum.
Yeah, I would cut blue Autumn's Touch before I cut blue fruits. So
Yep.
Maybe I overhyped Autumn's Touch a little bit.
Dang, dude.
You did, but it's okay. We're moving on, trucking away.
Hype man.
Okay. Frostbane.
Ooga booga.
Makes a frostbite.
Well, when you cast it, they have no equipment. Makes a frostbite. On hit, so they got to discard unless they pay 2. 2 cost 5. Keyword 2 cost. With tunic, pummel that sucker, and you're good to go. Beat them up.
Yes, yeah, you pummel it, so they have to discard 2 cards basically,
Mm-hmm.
and then the frostbite from playing the frostbang will stop them from being able to play sink belows comfortably. So it kind of like removes one of the biggest downsides that frostbang had compared to CNC, because part of the reason why CNC pummel is so insane is because they can't de-react it. So if they don't overblock the CNC, there's almost no way for them to stop the pummel from resolving. Frostfang, the problem with it was they could always just block the 5, and then if you happen to have the pummel, they could just sink below it. If you give them a frostbite, they cannot do that.
Right.
Very strong strategy in a aggressive tunic version.
While that's true, there is something to mention with that, though, is if you give them a frostbite and they're going to use a sink below anyway, you just gave them a reason to pitch a blue and be able to pay the discard tax. So while, yes, it's still great. Like, I'm not going to complain about getting 2 cards out of my opponent, no matter what, especially a defense reaction. It's just something to keep in mind that frostbite, while annoying for them, makes it to where they don't care as much to use. You see what I'm saying?
Well, it just means that if they do that, then they discarded 1 card instead of 2, and then they don't have a frostbite on their turn, I guess.
Right, you're still getting 2 cards. It's still a win, right? It's still what you want. And then you're saying with a pummel, yes, I agree.
You wouldn't get the pummel discard if they sink below it. Like if they blocked 5, like if they gave you a card in armor.
I'm saying the pitch includes a card that's discarded, in my opinion. Like, you're getting cards out of them is what I'm getting at. Does that make sense?
Like you're making them use cards, but you're not like stealing cards for 0 value.
Yes.
Like with if the on hit actually hit. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
I think the card baseline.
Yeah, it's strong. It's, again, you're going to play it in your decks that are built around doing the thing, but not every Jarl deck is going to be built that way, so it's pretty good. It might actually be above average, actually. I think it's like better than like the random Guardian 3-for-7s and like some of this other stuff.
I'm happy with that. I was either going to put it at the above, like the top of the B, or low A.
I mean,
situation.
I guess wherever pummel is, it's like where it should be. Also, I didn't know that this list was like ordered left to right.
It's not really. It's not really, but like effectively, it's between these. It's somewhere in the middle of these. I think it's definitely reasonable. But Blizzard,
it's not a big deal.
Blizzard. What do we think?
This card is so good into every deck that I play.
It's really good against Taylor.
Yeah.
Except for when he's on CYB.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's
terrible. What is that?
So this card used to be kind of mid. It's like much better when it like takes an entire card worth from people. Like
it's still
kind
of mid, but
it was way better in Icelander because of the Frostbite, and like in Oldhim it was like kind of eh. But I think when you get to make a Frostbite with it, it's like a lot better.
Yep.
Yeah, this card is so good. Yeah, I don't know about that one, dog.
It's still kind of mid. Let's be real, because like if you're playing against a strong player, they're going to be able to play around that. Especially like you playing this against a Zen. We played a hunting game earlier, and the Blizzard did like absolutely nothing. Maybe it was like a bad play on my part, but
well, hold on. Let's think about that. Like Zen is going to be like a 31 blue ninja deck.
I know.
If you're
but
playing against like an Ira, oh my gosh, dude, you can blow out their like
Draconic
massive limit.
decks.
Oh,
against Draconic,
like,
once Draconic comes out, it will be significantly better. And I still think it's an above average card. I'm not getting that, but like it in this specific meta, it's not been like, oh my god, I gotta play this. This card is so good.
dude, you're crazy if you're not playing like 2 in your 80.
I am playing 2. It's good, and the matchups is good for sure.
Like they have to play
card
around
should-
discarding like an entire card randomly in their turn. And also
Yeah.
like if you still have your Stalagmite or your Olin Ice Cap still up, then like they have to think
That's even
about
better for sure.
Blizzard and random other Frostbites.
Yeah.
And like
Yep.
they just have to be prepared to end their turn at any point. So
Yep.
Yeah, I like this card has to be a staple, dog. Like you cannot convince me.
I
that
think it's a
that-
staple.
Even if it's
I don't
just
think
a
it's a
one up,
staple.
it should be in every list.
Is it a staple? And tell me it's a staple.
Dude,
I think
dude,
it's a
you're
staple.
crazy.
Ah,
Dude,
all right,
you're
fine.
crazy. If you
I
don't
was
think that's
I was
Blizzard.
gonna do
Like,
above average, but sure.
Like, do you think any Jarl deck is gonna not register at least one?
I do. Yeah, I think there
Yeah,
are some decks
yeah,
that probably
The
won't.
issue is they're at a table like 180.
All right, fine. That's true. That's true. Just like the
I don't know.
CYB deck, I got you.
Is CYB
He
playing
is.
Blizzard? Surely, right?
Yeah, for
it's
sure,
been the
for sure.
sideboard for aggro.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. Then that's all we need to know.
Okay.
Voting
Winner's
conditional.
Bite.
I'm a Winner's Bite fan. Some other people I've talked to have been Winner's Bite haters, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Making
this
your
card's
opponent discard cards is like pretty good.
It is. It is.
It converts big hands, which sometimes you have trouble with. And if you go like Winner's Bite, they discard a card, Frostbite, and then you like throw any attack at them, it's like pretty rough for them to have any kind of follow up.
For sure.
It just lets you like chain disruption more easily. I don't know. It's just solid. I like the red and the blue one. But like either or is like solid. If you only
The
end up playing
flexibility of
blue
this
or-
card is really, really high, which I like. Whereas like a card like Arctic Incarceration, which we can talk about next, is a card that you actively want to like full block, play it, gain some tempo, do your thing. This card doesn't care if you have tempo or not. It's honestly better when you have tempo in a lot of cases, because you're just like, give me more cards, attack you, and they're like, oh, okay, fine. So yeah, I mean, the card's great. I think there are worlds where you don't play this card in every Jarl deck, though.
Yeah. It's probably not a staple. I'd put it in above average.
It's definitely above
agree.
average. I can give you that. Above average. Good card. So, since we were talking about it, Arctic Incarceration, kind of the same slot filler for me, at least when it comes to a sideboard standpoint. Golly, trying to merge too many words together at once. But like the red Winter Spike.
Oh, okay. Dude, I thought you were about to tell me you have the same slot as Blizzard, and I was gonna.
No.
leave
It's
this
like
call.
it's like similar to like the red Winter's Bite slot, but it would change your deck like identity of what you're trying to do in a way, right? Not terribly, but you would need a way to really capitalize off of gaining full tempo, whereas like you want to continue to have tempo with the Winter's Bite. Does that make sense at all?
Mm-hmm.
And
I get it.
the Winter's Bite is better in like a mini decompose package as well, because when you have like felling of the ground, you block with a card, you say Winter's Bite felling. Like, I mean, that's a pretty insane one turn cycle, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, Arctic Incarceration, not the Winter's Bite.
I think this card probably is baseline.
I think it's similar in power level to Warmongers, as weird as that sounds, just because in a situation like you're playing against Azalea, like they're gonna feel a similar role, but it's not a blue, right? So you're trading that aspect of it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
Ryan here asks, where is the blue Winners grasp? I got some bad news for you, buddy.
in the garbage.
Yeah.
Should probably be in don't play, I guess, if it was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Winners grasp, where
And
I didn't add it because the list is already pretty long, and it's a card that I just don't see myself playing unless I was just like literally all ice, and even then I would probably cut it pretty early.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I think Arctic belongs in the same tier as Warmongers just because it kind of does something similar in its own effect.
It has some cheese potential where, like,
For
if
sure.
they draw like a bricky hand, like it just ruins them. Like,
Right.
yeah, I've had games like I played some Ira into Jarl, and like the turn I would draw 4 red cards, they would play an Arctic, and I would just be really sad.
Yep. Yep.
Or like even like some decks, if you only like have 1 blue and they play an Arctic, it like really screws up. If your reds are all like 1 cost, 2 cost, whatever they are, it's like they play Arctic, you only have 1 blue. It's like you might just not be able to do anything.
Yep. I think the card is solid, but it's a little. It's a very focused card. It's not as flexible as some of the other ones. So, still good.
Yep.
So let's do baseline for that, unless you guys have a strong.
Yeah, baseline's fine.
Okay. Winner's Bite, and then we'll do Cold Snap next as well. Just because of like play a promotional situation similar to the Sotomaro, you're able to replace the card. I was really high on Polar Blast in the beginning, but because of the 6 cost of the weapon, I'm not as high on it anymore. I think there are builds that utilize Polar Blast very well, but at least with the variants that we've been playing, it unfortunately has not made the cut. Still think the card is good though.
Yeah, it's alright. It's kind of like the same problem I was having when I was trying to play Seeds of Tomorrow. Is like, depending on your build, you don't have a lot of like ways to like play a 1 cost card, even with Go Again, like flexibly in your deck, because like maybe you're playing a bunch of 3s or 6s, or you just don't like have an extra resource. Maybe you're not playing Tunic, and you don't have as many like 5 costs or 2 costs. Like if you're playing that type of build, like it's a little bit easier to pull off, and then it might be okay. But you have a lot of competition in your blues right now, and you got to think that like, is this card actually really good, and good enough that I want to play it over like an option that maybe blocks better? Because like these are all like your 2-block elemental cards, and like we just mentioned before, like we're not even really considering Winter's Grasp as an option. So it's like, or if you do, you always have to compare it. Like, do I want just like a textless like 3-block ice card versus like this 2-block ice card, but like maybe does something here and there, and like the thing that it does needs to be like better than just having like a 3-block, right?
Yeah.
So I'm between B and C for this baseline and conditional. So conditional because I think there are lists that are a little more ice heavy that I think that the card actually does play well into. But baseline because it is kind of like the definition of a pretty average ice card that we're willing to play type thing, right?
Yeah, like it's more ice stuff that you're like okay playing, so you can give people more frostbites, and it like does something. Like there's quite a few attacks in the deck that maybe giving dominate to is actually kind of relevant. Like right. Dominating maybe your Mangle, like if you don't have if you're like not pitching an ice to Boreal, or like
CNC.
Yeah, you can dominate like CNC or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably put in like
it's okay.
Conditional. It's okay.
Conditional. All right. Fair. But or not, I actually think Cold Snap might be a little bit better in the decks that you actively will be wanting to play these, just because of the added disruption aspect of it. Yeah, it can do nothing. Same thing with the Polar Blast, but the Polar Blast is more aggressively fronted, but I think the decks that you want to be playing these Arsenal stylistic cards are decks where you're playing Tunic and you want to be taking off turn into on turn, off turn into on turn. This helps you kind of capitalize on that. So I do think the card is, at least in my opinion, a little bit better than the Polar Blast. But
I agree. It's like more often to be useful because like
Right.
you're effectively getting like an extra tax worth of disruption out of it. So it's like they kind of don't want to give you like a card to pay for it. So
exactly.
they're gonna like lose their arsenal for that turn, and then it just slows them down further.
Yep. Yeah, that's
I'm
the
probably
big
more
reason.
likely to play this one than Polar Blasts. Like,
Yeah.
if my deck is built that way,
Agreed.
so I'd probably put it next to like So Tomorrow.
That's what I was gonna do. Look at that. All right, let's talk about some more crappy auras. Embolden. Taylor loves this card. He
Don't
puts
play.
it in CYB.
Oh, I do? I didn't even know that.
It costs
Yeah.
4.
Anything-
It costs
two
4.
blues
If
by
anything-
CYB.
Exactly. Look at that. It's on curve for you.
If I was gonna play any shit aura, it'd be Blessing of Deliverance.
Yeah, that's pretty
Okay.
shit too, for sure.
Yeah. It's
For
kind of
sure.
bad.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah, this is a dump play.
I guess. Yeah, you would have to be doing like a big aura package, and like I don't know why. Like
It's a
if-
dump play. It's not realistic at all. We can't
No.
do this.
If you're filling your deck with auras because you're trying to do like the Fatigue Bravo CYB thing cosplay, it's like maybe, but you might have other like you probably would rather play more ice blues, when you're doing that, especially since they block. And then you play like some of the other auras. Like, are you fitting in Embolden? I don't know. Yeah, just don't play it. Whatever. Don't think about it too much.
Card sucks. Card sucks. Okay, what about Truce though? This one's actually reasonable. To an
This
extent.
card's interesting because of the synergies with your boots with Rootbound.
Mhm.
It's also a great turn 0 play, which we also love. It's a blue block 3. I could see this in a build, but I would not personally put it in mine. But it wouldn't surprise me if someone played this against
If
me or
you're-
something.
If you're not playing it in CYB, then what are you playing it in?
Dude, I'm playing it. Hold on. As we
He's adding
speak,
it right
please.
now.
What are you talking about?
You could tutor it with Imposing Visage.
Oh my gosh,
You
what
can.
a play.
You can. That's
I mean,
kind of the redeeming
honestly, like,
factor.
you could play like a one of just for that fact if you want another thing to like tutor on turn 0.
I don't hate
but
this
other than
card.
No,
Yeah.
Don't
It's
hate
not
it.
It has synergy.
it's not a 3 cost. It's like a 2 or 3 block aura. I mean, it's probably better than like randomly putting Stamp Authority in your deck. So
Yeah,
Let's
again,
put
it's
it in
like-
between those.
it's like, how deep do you need to go to like find playable blue cards?
You don't.
in my
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah.
so I
okay.
say conditional.
Yeah, I put it in conditional in between the Never Yield and the Stamp Authority. All right,
Perfect.
next card is the big boy. The Jarl himself,
Over?
again. 2.0. Double the damage. Double the pain.
Pulverize Art. Put in S tier. Or Jarl Art.
S tier,
I-
Jarl art. I mean, you're right. It
I
is good
think
for that.
this card is fantastic in the mirror. Probably good if you're trying to aggro out your opponent. It's a conditional card in my opinion. I don't think this is a baseline card since our card pool is such a large card pool, but it is good when it's good.
I think it's baseline. It's better than these conditional cards. Well, I don't know. Like, you pair it with Rouse. I can see conditional, and I'm okay with that.
It's like
Yeah.
only good when you're playing either Tunic or Tectonic Crust, and
And I ain't playing Crust, dang it.
you're not doing that enough, I think. I mean, you'd probably play it in like a Tunic only list, but there's a lot of decks that you're not playing it.
You could play it in a Tunic board list with Sledge and stuff. That's fine. It's just, again, it's not a card that you're like actively playing in deck as a mainstay.
I think it's like baseline. I think the card's strong.
You think baseline?
I think so.
Bottom of baseline, top of conditional. How about that? Bottom of baseline. Like
I don't want to order these too much because
it's
like
more
the order's already
playable.
screwed up.
Yeah, the order's already like a little wild, but it's more playable than like Rouse, to be real. But if you're playing this, you might play Rouse type thing. So, yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think the card is good enough. I saw somebody talking about Insidious Chill. They want to see Insidious Chill next. So they did make a good comment. Like the Embolden does trigger off the Insidious Chill because it's an aura that sticks around. But I mean, this card still sucks because we don't play a ton of like attack actions. So like we have a few, but they have to be like Guardian attack actions. They're like super mid. Insidious Chill though is very interesting. I do like this card, and I've been playtesting with it as well. Being able to have it set there to where you can make like a really big pivot with like an Oakenold fused or a Glacial fused or a Snow Under fused or even exposed to the elements, I think is decently relevant and not something to scoff at. I don't believe it's like crazy, but it's definitely interesting, and I think it is powerful enough.
Would you say conditional since we had to build the whole deck around it?
It's
Yeah,
probably yeah.
you need to dip heavier into ice fusing, so you're gonna play more like of these mid conditional
Yeah, like
like
these
ish
Snow Unders
cards,
and stuff.
anyways. Like Snow Under.
Yeah.
Obviously Oakenold. You're playing that, but you're not doing a lot of ice fusing. I guess like Frozen to Death is ice fuse, but I don't know. I'm not like super sold on it because I don't really think that like casting it outside of turn 0 is like that good compared to almost anything else you could be doing.
It
So
it is better than that. Like obviously you want to do a turn 1. That makes the most sense. But like I was saying previously, I don't think it was on stream, but basically when you give up tempo to do this, you're willing to do that because you know that the tempo gained later outweighs that effect. So, and it's very dependent on the construction of the deck, mainly having things like Arctic Incarceration, Warmonger's Diplomacy, that kind of things, to where you can have a really good, okay, I'm going to block, regain tempo, use something that's fused, and then trigger the Insidious Chill, and then gain tempo and be there. Right. Yeah, and we mentioned Glacial Footsteps as well. That's an obvious ice fuse.
oh yeah, forgot about that one.
Yeah.
You can tutor this with the Imposing Vistage, correct?
You can. Yeah. The card isn't
Yes,
bad, but it's not like
Good.
I think it's conditional because you want to play more of these like ice fuse cards, which inherently aren't the best unless it's Oaken or Glacial. Right.
If I'm playing like Glacial and maybe I'm playing Snow Under, then I think I would rather play Insidious than like Cold Snap or something
Exactly.
like that.
Exactly.
It's probably a better ice card if you want that. Yeah, I could see it. It's probably better than I'm giving it credit for.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't. It's too build around for baseline in my opinion, but it's definitely strong.
If it was like worth playing even without Snow Under, then I could definitely see it. Like if just Glacial and Oakenold was enough, and like I guess Frozen to Death to like make it playable, then like I could really get on board. But it like
For sure.
I think Snow Under is like kind of mid or pretty mid. And if you have to put Snow Under to make it work, then I'm not as sold on it.
I could actually see this as a one of in just the base style list if you're playing Red Glacials, Blue Glacials, Oakenolds, and you also have Frozen Death, right? I could see this being just a tutor target one of.
Yeah, it's probably
I don't hate that.
It's probably the best thing to turn 0 tutor, right?
In anything but the mirror, yes.
Yeah, I guess unless the crumble is like really important.
And depending on your fuse rate, the crumble might not be something you want to tutor for in the mirror anyway, just so you can have better rates for your Oaken. But it's so powerful to turn on your block cards. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So yeah,
Yeah.
that every other matchup though, like you go first playing against aggro, like Insidious could actually be the difference between you winning that match.
Yeah, it turns your like glacials into actual like disruptive cards.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, I still think it's conditional, but
Okay.
yeah, if you guys disagree,
I agree.
I think that's fine.
Nah,
But
Wow.
I like it. I'm more high on it now after talking about it.
yeah, it's definitely an interesting card, and it's 3 Amulet of Ice just stacked on there, but you don't get to choose when you use it. But when you fuse, you want to use it, right? Like it's just the thing you do.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it'd be pretty hard to use all 3.
It's not.
Watch me.
It's not.
Even if you use 1 or 2, it's probably fine. I mean, if you did it turn 0, right?
Yeah, Anders said they've been keen to using 1 to 2 in a 6 glacial list, and I do think that makes sense. Like, I think a 1-up tutor copy is more than reasonable enough, like we've been saying. But, okay, let's talk about some of the Guardian 8s. We'll just kind of stack these together. So, these are all going to be baseline, unless you guys disagree. Except for Macho. I think Macho is above average.
I think they're all conditional because I don't want them unless I'm playing like a Bravo cosplay, and
Well,
I think that's very
to me, it's
a
dependent
small
on
subset of like ways to play the deck.
To me, it's dependent on like the illusionist representation, especially like if Dromai comes back or something, right? And then I know we're talking more about the present at this point, but it makes your Prism matchup a little bit better. But these cards are actively, they have to be better than these Buckling Blows and crap. So to me, these are baseline because they have to be on the same level as these, right?
I mean, the only thing for me is new, right? Like if new didn't exist, like sure, I'd probably be playing a lot of these.
Sure.
But like if you can't side them all out versus new, you just like almost can't win that matchup.
Yeah. Just because they're baseline doesn't mean that they're played, though, is what I'm getting at. Like they are good cards. It's just do you play them or do you not, depending on your build state.
If new is like completely out of the meta, then like you'd probably end up playing them. But
Yeah, but at that point they
Yeah,
would be above
yeah.
average, is what I'm arguing.
Yeah, but we're
Does that
not
make sense?
doing a graph or above average after new LLs. We're doing a graph
Well, I
right
know
now for players.
that's why I'm saying baseline makes the most sense for these 8s. But we can do C if you guys think that it's just like you're probably not going to play it.
I don't think I'd play it with new around.
I would play the Aura Blues before I play these.
Agreed.
Okay. Well, conditional it is for all of these. Matcha being the best one, though. That goes without saying.
I can hear the pain in your voice, Ed.
I know. It makes me sad.
How do we win against new? We don't put giant blue attacks in our deck.
I know.
That's how we win against new.
Fixed it.
I understand. Okay. Smack of Reality. Let's talk about some 5-cost red Guardian attacks. Smack of Reality is one of these niche cards that Aaron has mentioned in our discard stuff. What do you think about Smack?
Yeah, this tower is the most viable one because it actually is turned on by Pummel. So it's like reasonable to get the tower effect. And it is probably a decent sideboard card against Viserai. I would imagine that Viserai is probably at some point going to be stacking a decent number of rune chants into you because you either force him into off turns or he just wants to get over your defenses. So he'll set up a bunch, and then if you could threaten a smack on him, you know, if you're able to hit with a pummeled smack on a Viserai who stacked a bunch of rune chants, you kind of instantly win the game. But it's also just like a lot of pressure for him to like think about having like how much does he block on it, what does he do about it. Outside of that matchup, it doesn't really do anything, so it's like kind of a silver bullet sideboard card, but I do think it's like pretty good at it. And if that's one of your bad matchups, you know, it's worth considering. So I think it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I want to put it in don't play, but I think it's reasonable enough in one specific scenario that it's probably like the C- tier.
I mean, other than that matchup, yeah, definitely don't play it. So like,
No,
it's like super conditional, right? It's kind of the definition of it.
Yep. But Spinal, hey, that one has better text. Taylor loves this text when he plays Zen. It's the best.
It's so much fun. I can't get over how much fun I'm having.
Yeah.
Just
Yes,
love blocking 6.
Spinal's above average. I don't think it should be a staple, but
I
I
agree.
think it's above average.
I agree. You
And the
agree?
reasoning is because of the cost curve of Spinal does not fit the actual cost curve of the deck. But it's really not that hard to just play it as a 3-card 9 to eat 2 cards from your opponent and
Right.
try to win the next turn cycle.
Right. Yep. I definitely an above average card. Not something that I actively want to play in every single list, but I'd say in probably like 80% of the list I make, it probably makes the cut.
Yep. I agree.
Okay. Weakest link, and we'll talk about Array Space in just a second as well. We'll go ahead and talk about CNC since they're all kind of this cost curve. Weakest link, very strong in the last meta for Brutes and whatnot. It was good in Victor, specifically Brutes and then the Zen meta and whatnot. Did like this card. It's lost a little bit of stock though. There's no Art of War. There's most of the decks that you play this against actively want to block anyway then play some mid-range style plan, or you're playing against Cecilio and then you're probably beating them anyway because you're ice. So whatever.
Actually, okay, I'm not. Nope.
So
Well, the effect is still good against the Mystic Heroes.
okay.
Yes.
It's okay.
It's good against Aurora. It's good against Brutes who play a lot of Wild Ride stuff like KO. I think it's like the next best after CNC, like generic 2 for 6 disruptive attack, mostly because it blocks 3, right? That's why like it's played so much. That's why the card's so expensive. It's just very flexible. Whereas like compared to a Race Face, where a Race Face also has like a conditional on hit, it being 2 block means that it's a lot more like risky of a card, and if it's not good, then you have less good things to do with it because you can't just block for 3. So like my hierarchy, if you're just quickly talking about the 3 core like generic 2 for 6s, it's like CNC's the best, weakest link is the next best one, and then a Race Face is a little bit like below that. Race Face is more contextual on like the meta game. It's good against like Draconic and Lightning and Mechanologist primarily, but Mechanologist kind of took a hit.
Yep.
Lightning, you don't need it as much because, well, weakest link in CNC is also good against Lightning decks, and then I guess Erase Face is decent against Viscerai too, where weakest link isn't, but the 2 block thing is kind of rough.
So
we're already playing like a decent number of 2 blocks anyways because of ice stuff, so
CNC's a staple.
Yeah, CNC staple for sure. Weakest link I would put above average, and then like Erase Face is
Conditional.
Baseline or whatever, or conditional. Yeah, either one.
And then do baseline just because it is a powerful effect. It does have the inherent synergy that these other ones do, but it docks some points because you have 2 block, right? Hypothermia. This is another card, at least for me, that has been in some lists it's been a 3 of. If I'm trying to do block 3, play hypo, stop your turn, have a big turn to follow up, I think it's fine there. But in the majority of things, if I'm playing just like my general plan of good guardian things with random disruption 2-card plays, then it's been pretty good as a 1 or 2 of, just being able to tutor off of the Imposing Visage and just 0 cost ice card, right?
Yeah, this card's fine.
I think it's above average. I definitely want at least 1 in my deck because tutoring it off of Imposing Visage is a good toolbox to have in your deck. The effect is very strong into certain matchups, but you don't want too many because like there's a lot of matchups where it doesn't do anything, and then it's like a 2-block ice card. Like you just would rather have other stuff. So I usually like just playing 1, but I always tend to like at least having 1. So I would put it as like above average.
Yep. I'm a 1 to 2 type of guy unless the deck is specifically built around wanting to play it, like as a 1-card play, pass the turn, do things, whatever. But yeah, I agree. Above average makes sense. Let's talk about this card. I don't even remember what it does. Create X seismic surge tokens or something.
We don't need to read of it. We would just put it in the don't play if you
Alright.
don't know what it does.
I've had people ask me, like briefly, about is this card playable? No, it is not. Do not worry about this card.
I think if it blocked for 3, I would like it a lot. But it doesn't, so
Yes, it's a
you're not
it's
ever
a 2-block.
you're not casting it enough for it to be worth not being a 3-block. But if it was a 3-block, I think the effect is like really, really good actually when you do play it. Like mainly like obviously turn 0. It's like a big resource dump. You just make a bunch of surges. But not being a 3-block, you're just not going to play it.
Yep. Okay, we're getting into the earth heavy side. Before that, we got Ripple Away. We know Viscerai can be pretty difficult for this deck, at least in testing, and this is a card that is, pretty decent in a Viscerai. So it's 3-block. It is another attack, so it is more things for New to smack you with out of your stuff. But it's not a huge concern. You're already playing Fruits of the Forest and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, average card.
It's okay. It's kind of like a silver bullet thing you can put into your mana base if you want to target some specific things. So right now, the main things that it would be good against would be Azalea on hits. It works really well against like Blood Rots and things like that. Viscerai with multiple Malefic incantations out. You can either stop the value and the cost reduction from those generated rune chants, or if they're playing like if they're relying on them to get go again with their swarmings or Rune Rager swarms, then you can kind of stuff their turn. And then Enigma, if she's playing Spectral Manifestations to, facilitate her board snowball with the +1 counters, either for 10,000 year or Restless Coalescence, the Ripple Away will actually stop the Spectral Shield from creating and just completely destroy her entire hand, basically.
Right.
So it's good. When it comes up in those scenarios, it's very powerful, but it's not really synergizing with anything else your deck is doing. So I don't know if it's like worth including over like other choices that either work with your Earth or Ice package or your 3 costs or whatever else you need. It's fine. It's a pretty conditional card.
It's a conditional card. Yep, conditional. I could see it being potentially baseline argument, but I mean, out of all these other options that you have, that it just makes more sense for it to be a conditional thing. It's just like, hey, I need this in a meta that has heavy payoffs for that kind of stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hand traps are always conditional.
Right. Okay. Excuse me. So now we got let's do Felling because we know this card is good.
Okay, this card's very good. You're gonna play it off a 2-card hand, and it is a staple.
I disagree on it being a staple, but I do think it's very good.
Because we've said that not every deck is decomposing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like the best above average card.
For sure. It's like one of the top ones. Definitely.
Yeah.
It has to go with the reason. They are hand in hand type situation.
This card is the reason why you would want to decompose in Jarl. So
it's like the only reason, yeah. And the Barkskin, right? So
yeah. Any other like benefit you get from like Barkskin or other cards, it's like it's just extra icing. Like the core of like why you would want to decompose is Felling. It's just like outside of Oakenold, Jarl doesn't really have a ton of like super high impact, powerful like attacks. Where like, Bravo has like Crippling Crush and Starstruck. Victor has his big Golden Suns and stuff. Jarl doesn't have as many, like none of his specs are attack, and he's playing a lot of like the generic like common Guardian and Ice attacks that are like fine, and obviously you're playing CNC, but like you don't have those like big power things. And outside of Oakenold, Felling is like the next biggest like power attack you could have. So it's just like a big reason to like want to decompose.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a good static card. It's a 2-card 11. Once you're fully decomposed,
card is great.
2-card 11, good.
Again, I got my foils. Don't worry, ready to go.
Okay, money bags.
Well, I traded non-foils for these plus like a crown of seeds, so I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. All right, so next is Plow Under. This is the other pretty good decompose effect. Taylor, you can tell us where to put this. We'll do it before even discussing.
Okay. Probably the very bottom of above average or the top of baseline is where I would put it without seeing where you put it. My reasoning would be it is significantly worse than Felling the Crown, but it being uninteractable arsenal disruption is a huge deal, but it's not always online. It is a Earth block 3, so it does have a really high floor. It does pitch to CNC, which is, I mean, it's not, it's kind of funny when you do that, but it being not interactable is a huge deal.
Sure.
So I would put it at the top of above, I'm sorry, the bottom of above average or the top of baseline.
Yep. I tend to agree. I'm more leaning towards the baseline side of things because it does have some synergy issues, and it's a card that's not like as great in the aggro as the Felling, unless you decompose early and you're able to stop some setup turn that they're doing. But it has to line up. Felling is always good. This card is like a if it lines up, this card is good type situation.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll let Aaron be the deciding factor. So Taylor said bottom of above average or top of baseline. I'll be the top of baseline.
Are those my only two options?
Those are your only two options.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Unless you absolutely disagree with those statements.
I put in don't play, but that's just me. So whatever the lower
seriously?
one between, whatever the lower one between whatever you two just said.
You think don't play? You got to tell people why on that.
I just don't put in your deck. It's bad.
Holy sh!
I think the card is strong enough that you can play it. Yeah.
I would put it in C tier, like realistically, but the problem with like if you put it in conditional, then it's got to be like what conditions are you playing the card? And I can't think of one, so I might as well just like not play it, right? If my deck is like super 2-cost pummel heavy, like maybe I'll think about it, but I don't know. I hate the card. Don't play. Because like every time you draw it, unless you draw it like after turn 4, it like attacks for 2, and I hate it. And it's a yellow.
I do hate that aspect,
like,
for sure.
It's tough to when you have Felling and Plow Under in your deck, it's very likely that you're going to see them before you've decomposed previously, and they're like much worse. I think Felling is like a little bit better. Like if you have to play one as like your first decompose, Felling is okay. Plow Under is pretty bad. And I would rather just reduce the amount of times that I'm put in that scenario and just only play the actual like really good decompose card.
I think the card is so powerful in the mirror that it went from being a conditional card to me to at least being a baseline. And in certain scenarios, it's good into aggro as well, right? So it's a strong card. It is inherently a strong card because of the uninteractable disruption.
I think Aaron doesn't own 3 and is trying to get the price down so he can purchase 3, and I respect it.
I'm a hater.
Let's meet in the middle. I'm going to say baseline. You know what? I'll put it in the middle of baseline since you hate it so much. Is that okay?
Sure.
Not that these order matter, like we said. But
they don't matter.
The order doesn't matter.
Okay, Earth Form.
Nothing matters.
This is in the pre-con. This is why I added this here. And you do play a bunch of non-attacks, so it's like, maybe.
Winter's Grasp is also in the pre-con, and you excluded that one, so.
I'm just going to not... I'm just kidding.
Not respond to the allegations.
I actually think this card is a don't play card.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. We got so many better options, man.
Like if you play it, it would be the red one because like it's a card you would actually want to attack with. But like we have better reds to play.
Yeah, we got way better reds.
Is Sigil of Earth?
Sigil of Earth.
Is that an instant? That's like the only reason why I would consider that card.
No, Sigil of Earth is not an instant, but it
It's the
does have go
Arcane
again.
Sculptor one, that's right.
It has go again.
Don't play it.
I didn't think about the instant one just because it's like another Fruits of the Forest type thing where you can fuse and then like play it. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, this card blocks too. It's probably better than Toma Harvest. It's an aura. Oh wait, this guy's cooking. Riku, you're on.
It isn't. Is an aura.
It is an aura.
We tried it. The card sucks.
Put Embolden back up in
You suck.
the conditional if we're gonna play Sigil of
It's
Earth.
better than Plow Under.
No, it's terrible. It's so bad. Sigil of Earth is like
Okay.
pretty trash too. Let's be real.
What card were we
Okay.
talking about?
We were talking about Earthworm. Sorry, I should have left it in the currently discussing. But this card is bad. Like, I'm not playing this card.
Where did
It's
we
a
put it?
2-block
Don't
Earth.
play. Okay.
Yeah. If you want to
Yeah,
play
see-
Sigil of Earth because you have 3 marbles, that's fine. That's on you. Happy for you. But
That's the best reason of any.
But I think the card, you're
all the
actively playing worse Earth options because of your full arts or whatever they are.
I do that
The
all the
marbles.
time. Just saying. You should always play what cards look best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's why.
yeah.
That's why I don't play Tectonic Crust.
Yeah.
Card's ugly.
Somersault.
Scar for Scar would go again.
Yes. I'll play Fate Foreseen over Sink Below any day because the promos look cool.
Somersault.
I'd
Conditional.
play this in blue conditionally, but I'm a believer that if I'm playing against Enigma, I'm just going to forfeit the match and not put these bad cards in my deck. So conditional works.
I think this card is better than Plow Under.
So based King.
And
Go
the
off.
reason is because when you need to cut your root bound and you don't want to play a shitty 2-attack card, you get to play a shitty 6-attack card that has some text sometimes.
Yeah.
And it
it's
has
like,
Decompose.
You can bottom like Viscerai, Auras.
Right. Yeah.
Florian's maybe like Channel Millennium Tree or something.
You can
I
bottom
mean-
your Sigil of Earth and make an embodiment of Earth.
Like even if it's cope into
Okay.
Enigma, like it's still nice to have it, you know.
Yeah,
You can
especially if
bottom
you're
your,
playing like Plume. It's decent, I guess.
You can bottom Jarl's
Yeah.
Insidious Chill.
I'm gonna put it in front of Plow Under to make a statement.
Thank you.
Oh, they're monsters.
I think it's not great, but like when I want to cut my root bound, I want to be aggressive, and most of the time that's against like my Viscerais and Enigmas, and the card is like actively okay enough there. Like probably still losing, but at least you got a shot, you know?
Yeah, like if you want to play Decompose and Felling, you need to have at least one other card in your deck that decomposes, right? So, and if you don't want to play Rootbound because you want to be aggro, you're either playing Plow Under, which we've already talked about is really bad because that means that you have to play one of those as your first one, and then it sucks, right? So, preferably you would want a Decompose that doesn't have a requirement to it.
I agree.
And then it's like you're either playing Tilling, which is like super mid, or you play Summer's Fall, which has like some applications. So,
right.
I don't know. I like it.
Yeah.
If you're decomposing,
Plow Under's going conditional now.
keep sinking.
Okay.
Down to the bottom.
Just kidding. Okay, so we're almost home stretch. We'll be done. Then
Please.
I can go to dinner. I know. It's taken a long time, but I think this is all valuable thing. It's a great stream for us to all get back into it, get Aaron some more exposure, so people in Osaka know he's on the Card Guys.
Yeah, people thought I was Nathan.
No,
I was like,
yeah. Nathan isn't nearly as handsome as
like-
you. I don't know why they're
Are you
asking
Nathan? I was like, yes, I am
Yeah,
actually.
that.
Value.
Okay, Flourish. And the reason I brought this card in is because, like, there is some interesting things that you can do with it. You can flourish your Felling. You can flourish your Summit, which is, like, kind of cool whenever you're heavy. And, like, you got that situation. Make it a little 8 or a 9 if you play yellow.
Does Flourish work on lunging press?
Yep.
We're cooking.
Above average.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Flourishing is definitely don't play, but it is cute, and you could probably build a fun little deck around it.
I think it's don't play as well. I think there's not much to that. But Canopy Shelter does have actual like text on it that could be okay because it works with your CNCs, it works with your summit.
If
I
they
think
ever
that's fine.
printed a red one, I'd play it.
To make the remites.
Not a black for 4.
It would block for 4.
Oh, you're right. That would be really good. You are 100% correct. But
So I would put that one in staples. This one I don't play.
I mean, Canopy's okay. Like the mite's like kind of useful. Like if you're gonna be blocking with Earth cards for like your trunks, anyways, it's like
and decompose and stuff.
And decompose is decent. It's just like, is that mite worth more than giving up your like embodiment of Earth synergies? I don't know. Maybe.
I don't think so. I think most of the time, like you sending a CNC for 7 isn't going to be as important as you having a little bit more defense and consistency of your board. But I don't want to. It's probably closer to the conditional side, right?
You can't arsenal it after fusing, right? So if you're definitely IPing yourself
right.
if you
Don't
fuse an Oaken with this.
Don't play it. Last card is Remembrance.
We have So Tomorrow.
We have So Tomorrow. That is correct. But this code, do not discount this card. I think this card is actively very, very strong in the right strategy, especially in the mirror. I think it's better than So Tomorrow. But again, that's the definition of a conditional card, right?
Yep.
Yeah, if you end up playing a bunch of mirrors where it comes down to that, then yeah, it ends up being kind of good. But
yep,
you got to test and see, like, does the mirror come down to that enough times? And like, does me drawing this card randomly during the game like screw myself over? Because like yellow, do nothing, no block. It's not like the best thing to have in your deck.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. In the mirror, you don't have to worry about it as much. But yeah, that mainly you would play Pulverize, some Remembrance. You'd be getting back your Oaken Olds. Specifically, the deck I've been playing this Remembrance in is the Insidious Chill centric deck, where I need to get more of my Ice Fuse cards back in the deck to be able to capitalize on the Insidious Chills. I know somebody was talking about like looking at some of our list and whatnot. We will get to that on another stream, and we'll give you some baselines and whatnot and some similar things. But we're all still messing with things as well, right? So don't go crazy over like I need a list, I need to figure out what to play, because we're still changing things too. Like you're not in any worse shape than we are at this point. It's fine. But hopefully this tier list, now that I'm putting this in conditional, helps you guys figure out what you need to play. Like all of these staples, get these cards. There is no reason you shouldn't have these cards. If you don't want to afford CNC, then don't worry about it. If you don't want to get the Felling of the Crown, don't worry about it. You can play other variations of the deck that are going to be close to just as good with like Frostfingers and Pummels. It's fine. You just play a Tunics in your deck and you'll be fine. But yeah, all in all,
you have a ton of options for sure.
The deck can be built so many ways. It's ridiculous. Like I think legitimately I have about 10 different variants, and some of them overlap with like what their overall game plan is, but the cards are so different. You know what I'm saying? And the way that like their turn cycle flow goes is every single one of them is different, which is cool.
Yeah.
Other upside to Remembrance is that it's a way to put back Mangles to your block cards alive. I have done that. Yeah, like I've blocked with the block card early. I'm playing 3 block cards in that variation of the deck, and then I like put one of my mangles back, so when I know I draw the remembrance, or not the remembrance, the unforgiving, that I'm gonna get it back. It's pretty cool. All right. Any last second thoughts you guys can think of? You like the way this list looks?
Yep, I like it. Plow Under's a little low, but whatever.
Plow Under's a little high, but whatever.
Plow Under is right, but whatever.
Wait, where's Count Your Blessing?
Count Your Blessings would be conditional.
You missed a card.
It would be conditional. That is cool.
It would be
Additional on if you play Count Your Blessings or not.
Seer Steel is better than Plow Under. Hold on. I think Remembrance is better than Plow Under.
Okay, well, we can
just gonna
discuss
keep
this
dropping.
at dinner.
All right.
It's like when we kept increasing Dio in the
that was
metagram
that was
rules
great.
breakdown. It's like Plow Under just keeps like going down.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out, doing tier list things. We'll post these tier lists on our Discord. We'll do the live stream stuff just so you guys see that. Probably do some Twitter posts as well. But yeah,
you should do some. Yeah. Join our Discord. We're in there sometimes, just talking smack to each other. It's always fun for people to join. Yeah.
Yeah, we are in there a lot, and we talk to everybody all the time. Anybody in there, we're super friendly. Don't be shy. Come hang out. You got questions, you could talk to us there.
Most of us are friendly. Yeah.
I like to think I'm pretty friendly. I'm in there a lot though, so if you guys see me, feel free to say hi. But yeah, obviously we appreciate our sponsors, Magnolia Gaming, Fabric.tg, and Dragon Shield, for all of the things to be able to keep us doing what we love to do and give you guys the content that you just so desperately need. That's right.
I don't like the way you whispered that one. Okay.
That's right. All right.
Okay.
So, all that being said, we'll try to get back to a more regular stream now that I am moved into my new house situation. We're going to be playing Jarl next time. So, again, appreciate my very loved teammates and guests hanging out and arguing with me here and there about the tier list. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you guys next time.
See y'all.
Say bye. Wave to the people.
Bye.
Bye.
I waved earlier. You kept talking.
I know. I'm sorry.